Mic test. Mic test 1, 2, 3.
How can we translate
ശരി em. advancing vehicle fuel economy.
Good morning. I hope most of you, is it okay? I hope you had a good night's sleep We are already a bit late, so I think it's time to start. We were just waiting to see whether one or two would arrive, but I think we can start so that we keep time. So today the moderator will be Juan Esteban Tibakira from the University of Technology of Pereira, Colombia. Yesterday we had a very good session that was chaired by Kathleen. So thank you for that. So today I hand it over to Juan Esteban.
Thank you, Jane. Good morning, everyone. I just want you to have a good day, and I hope you have a good night. Today, as Jane mentioned, we will have a very productive session. We have some presentations about the regions, Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Eastern Europe, and the Caucasus. So we are going to start our day with a summary of the first day and an overview of the second day. The overview and the summary of the first day is going to be presented by John Yu Jong, which is at my left. She's an associate program officer in the Sustainable Mobility Unit of UNED. So welcome, John Yu. So proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the workshop. My name is again Jeon Joo-jung, working on electric mobility and our Asia project at Sustainable Mobility Unit here, based in this compound. So now, please allow me to give you a quick recap of what was discussed yesterday, which there was quite a lot. So I believe that the day began with the presentation from our side, briefly on the importance on the need to make sure why Global South should be part of the electric mobility transition. Then we had a presentation from FIA Foundation about what GFEI partnership really is about and how many countries, around 70 countries, we have supported, and the kind of support that we provide through this framework of cooperation, which is developing a national fuel economy baseline and also the policy overview, and also providing a suite of toolkit of policy options to explore appropriate policy options to make our vehicle fleets globally more fuel efficient. And then this was followed by a coffee break, and we had two sessions giving you an analysis into how the global fleets are changing in terms of fuel economy. The first presentation was by Sudhir Gota. His presentation, among other things, showed that 80% of the countries need still an annual improvement of 3% and above to meet this GFEI target. And this highlighted that continuing incremental improvements alone will not into necessary reductions that we want to see. And the second presentation was from IEA, which confirmed a similar trend in terms of the global fleets, showing rate of fuel economy improvement in Global South, which was intensifying, and also especially noting that the 2- and 3-wheeler electrification was achieving high market shares, especially in Asia. One notable fact was emerging markets are already moving with electric mobility in terms of supportive policies. This included countries like Chile, Indonesia, Kenya, and South Africa, as well as Thailand. Comments from the floor called for more cooperation at the regional level, while some also pointed out the need to localize approach for each country's needs and conditions. And then we had a panel discussion on challenges, progress, opportunities in the region, especially the discussion surrounding the importance of data, good data management, specific while some noted that regional bodies do exist and have identified transport as one of their priority areas, such as SICA, but also some noted that some of the things that cannot be simply done at regional level, such as setting ICE phase-out targets. But there were general agreement that working on used vehicle issues should be done at regional level, and we will benefit from regional cooperation. And of course, there was another one that panelist that remarked that a general exchange of relevant data and experience is very beneficial. Finally, the session on improving efficiency on all modes covered the 2- and 3-wheeler policy and bus projects in Indonesia and Thailand's unique economic context, and also how its comprehensive EV supported policies have shaped, and a case study and deep dive into Chile's BRT system. Moving on to today's agenda, we will have sessions focusing on different regions today, namely Africa, Asia, LAC, and Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. So starting with the Africa session, we'll be hearing a presentation from our representatives from Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, Mauritius, and Environment Compliance Institute, covering the topics of baseline development, fuel economy policies, and how to go from fuel economy to e-pilot, and also some of the advocacy activities that we are doing in the region. Then moving along to the session on Asia, we'll welcome Dr. Kim, Dr. Nuong, and Raymond from Clean Air Asia, who will be speaking to us about other initiatives going on in the region. This will be followed by a Q&A session and a 1-hour lunch break. And after that, we will start the afternoon with a roundtable session on Latin America and the Caribbean, focusing on energy efficiency law, fuel economy labeling, energy efficiency, and electric mobility, and also some communication activities. Finally, we will wrap up today's workshop with the last session on Eastern Europe and the Caucasus, focusing on Georgia case study and a baseline and policy development in general in Eastern Europe. So that is the program for today, and I hope you all enjoy. Then without further ado, I would like to turn to Professor Juan Esteban, who will be the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeonju. So as you mentioned, we will start with the session on Africa. In that session, we will have 4 presentations. The first one is about the baseline development. Second one, implementing fuel economy policies. Third one, next steps from fuel economy to e-pilots. And the last one will be communication products from this region. So we will start with the baseline development. This presentation will be addressed by Dr. Gerald Banaga Benji, who is the Assistant Commissioner Technical Planning in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. He has also been the GFEI focal point for this country. So please, Dr. Banaga Benji, you can start your presentation. Where is he? I don't see. Okay, he's coming. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I will just speak direct. You know, the fuel economy, the green mobility has been at the center of our efforts. Let's start, when you take from the Uganda's perspective, we had a very big volume of traffic, which has been ongoing for some time, very many vehicles, quite old, on average about 15 years, 16 years. But it was quite very hard to start making any step And then the starting point was to do a baseline. Now, having done a baseline, that's what gave us that we have about 15, 16 years average of vehicles. And we had to do something. While in the region, the limitation, the restriction was about 8 years. So we tried to do the 8 years and it couldn't work. But at least we struggled and managed to get the 15 years. But it was very surprising. I think yesterday, Professor Nyangaya said some of the vehicles, we have a lack of data. But some vehicles were 25, 30 years. But from the last 3 to 4 years, we have gone to 15. And by natural placement, the average is coming down. So at the time we did the baseline, the average fuel economy was about 14.9 liters per 100 kilometers. And as we speak now, 2022, we think we have made progress. We're around 10 to 11 liters per 100 kilometers. That's quite a significant progress. Now, our target has been to go to 8 years. We had actually achieved that almost very close recently, but then the trade unions having to push us back. So we are going to have it in a phased manner, 13, 12, 11, and downwards. And already the fuel is clean. Using the regional approach, we managed to harmonize the regional standards. So lead was finished long ago. The sulfur content was reduced significantly. And I think now we are at 5, 10 parts per million. So the fuel is already clean, technology cleaning up could be better, but cleaning up. So we have attained some improvement in the fuel economy. Now, would have loved to get better, as I said, to 8 years, but our brothers, especially the traders of the used vehicles, I see we have someone here from the used vehicles. It's, as I said, there is a linkage between the fuel economy and the purchasing power of the country. So we still have to make progress. So we have to balance those two. But with the standards improving from the source of the manufacturing vehicles, we think a phased manner is going to give us some bit of results. We also have an improvement in the importation and sale of extremely new vehicles. So that proportion has increased. Now, legally, what have we done? We have included this in the national energy policy. We have included the fuel economy and green mobility in the national energy policy. We have it in the climate change policy. And we have included it in the national determined contribution as one of our national appropriate mitigation action. So it's an area where we have committed ourselves to report progress on the progress on fuel efficiency and green mobility. So the national and the legal and regulatory framework is now properly capturing it. A revised energy policy will be approved soon, I think by end of this year. So we'll have fuel economy and green mobility as fully captured. We're also developing an energy efficiency bill, which we also capture and set targets on this. So that's on the front of the fuel economy. Now, the green mobility. The green mobility, this is where we have been playing, this is where we delayed a little bit. But we launched the program in 2019. And I'm glad to report that within a span of 3 years, we have made significant progress on introduction of green mobility, of electric vehicles. We started with 2 and 3 wheelers, which is a low-hanging fruit. If you have been to Kampala, it's a city of 2 wheelers, very, very dominant now. And we think greening the 2, 3 wheelers is the fastest, is the low-hanging fruit for us. We hope to achieve a 30% transition by 2024. And looking at the way the progress is happening, we think we can hit that target. We now have over 1,500 units of electric vehicles, 2 and 3 wheelers. We have not so many 4 wheelers. I think we have, for demonstration purposes, maybe 2 in the country. So that's where we stand. We have from 0 to about 6 companies now trying to deal in electric 2-wheelers. The problem is that we are not, they are not selling. Now, the electric mobility has been very lucky because the COVID lockdown provided a very opportune moment for the introduction of electric vehicles. So during the lockdown, all vehicles were put off. The roads were very clear. So for the first time, somebody could see a clean sky and clean air. Now it's at the, you see, every problem has got to the positive side of it. It was at the time when we're introducing the electric 2-wheelers. So we introduced the electric wheelers. They operated during the COVID, because during the COVID, only motorcycles were allowed to move and to deliver products. And guess what? The electric motorcycles, the electric vehicles were at work. And we picked maximum awareness from that scenario. And now the growth of electric vehicles is very high. It's one of the fastest. You have companies that are converting from internal combustion to electric. You have companies that are leasing out batteries. So they own the vehicle, then you can exchange the battery. And that is where we are. What is lacking are 2 things. 1, the charging infrastructure is a challenge, the charging infrastructure. And 2, those which can give outright purchase. But you see, the information on the electric vehicle was at its lowest level. So for the last 1 year, we've been running a pilot. We've run a pilot of electric vehicles. We've tested how far they can go, how far they can carry. And much as the battery has been a challenge, we see that we are able to cover in a single charge. They can move between 40 kilometers to 110 kilometers. 110. In fact, we have one who did 120 kilometers on a single charge. But that was it's in some location in the east that is at a flat, and the operator is quite what do you call it? The behavior is outstanding, you know. He's a very good operator. So we tried to run the case and we found he's a very good professor, he's a good researcher. So he's able to ride at a regulated speed, not much accelerating. But those who are driving like very fast, they're able to cover about 60 to 70 kilometers on a single charge. We are collecting this information, and we'll have the results out very soon. But these are the preliminary results, and they indicate that at least you're able to move at 60 to 70. That's a very high speed for a 2-wheeler. Now, if we have our next step is, if you have the charging stations appropriately distributed in specific areas, then we think that can boost the electric mobility. Already one company has tried to put up some charging stations along one of the routes, Kampala-Masaka, about 4 charging stations. We had an issue on the selection of the route, but a private company can always do what it wants. What we want is to have a systematic development, a systematic approach that will develop and grow the industry. The legal side, we have already put in the energy policy. We have already put it in the climate change policy, just like for the fuel economy. We have put it in the NDC as our national contribution, and our energy is largely renewable. And on that angle, we are also trying to investigate and research on solar charging stations so that we can take advantage of the much available sunshine. Now, when we do that and work on the other aspect we're working on is on the financing mechanism, the acquisition of these two-wheelers. We want to work with the banks and the financial institutions to see if we can accelerate the uptake of the two-wheelers. You see, the ICUs, one of the approaches they have been doing is there are some financial institutions, they give them some loans, and then somebody is able to acquire the IC unit. Then others, they rent them out to the operators. You ride them over some period, paying paying some returns, some little money on a weekly basis, and it takes about 1 to 2 years for a person to own the unit. Now we found that person ends up paying about 160% of the actual cost. We spent almost 1 year doing research, and I have moved almost every part of the country to know who is making money and who is losing money. So a unit which is supposed to be 4.2 million Uganda shillings, I don't know the conversion, that's about so it ends up paying about 6 to 7 million. So a financing solution is one way of doing that. Now, if we have a financing product, then we shall scale up the uptake of electric mobility. So we need infrastructure for charging, and you need a financing solution. And then we couple that with awareness, which awareness we have successfully created in the last 2-3 years because of COVID. Now, everyone is coming to us asking, where can I buy an electric vehicle, a 2-unit, and we can't find it. So we have got to find a way of creating the actual market for hire purchase and leasing. And we think this is really the game changer. Now with the increasing fuel prices, you see the problems are presenting the good opportunities. This is a job for us to do, and it's a very easy one. Make these units available, do the awareness, do the charging stations, and they will go up. Everybody has got his job, but this for us, this is our opportunity to do this one, and we are going to do it very easily. I'm sure within the next 5 years, we'll have a significant portion of our fleet being electric, because the motorcycles are growing at about 18% growth rate, the highest growth rate of the transport mode. So if we make available the green ones, they will be purchased. If the ones we had for pilot, if we had to sell them, now we would have no unit at all. So it's just now working on the demand side and make the units available, and the consumers will take them. And that, if you combine the fuel economy, and then we shall bring down the national average fuel economy level for our country very fast and significant in the region. We have already discussed with the manufacturers. The promise we have is if we can dispose of 300 units, we shall put up a manufacturing plant in the region. So, and I think if you combine the 3 East African countries, we can achieve the 300,000 units. Now, whether the plant will be in Uganda or Kenya or Rwanda, that's a fight between the 3 countries, but the market is the same. We shall achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Banaga. It's very interesting what you told us about your country. I was thinking that we had kind of similar problems back in Latin America with the lack of data to get the baseline. So I see many similarities between us, and maybe we can try to approach these problems together, taking in account our experience. So will be nice for us. So the next presentation, the next speaker will be talking about implementing field economy policies in Africa. Her name is Ms. Anju Gura from Mauritius. She's the Senior Environment Officer at the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change in Mauritius. She's online, and I just want to make sure that she's connected right now.
Yeah, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am Mrs. Anju Gura from the Ministry of Environment. I have been working there for the past 20 years. And before going into the presentation, I'd like to thank the UNEP and all its partners for organizing this meeting and for giving me the opportunity, for giving Mauritius the opportunity to come and present to share our experiences regarding the GFEI project in Mauritius. So before I go into the outline of my presentation, I'd like just to mention a few words about my country for those of you who are not familiar with it. So Mauritius is a small island developing state, which very small island, which is about 2,000 kilometers off the east coast of Africa, southeast coast of Africa, and east to Madagascar. So we are a very small country, and we have about 1.2 million people, and that's all. I would like maybe if you could share my presentation. I'm not able to do it at my end.
Just give us a second. We are working on it.
Yeah, because it's disabled at my end.
Can you try the presentation again from your side?
Okay. Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah, we can see the presentation, but can you? Okay, now it's in presentation mode. Very good.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let me go to the next slide. So I'll give you the outline of my presentation. I'll give you a brief overview of the land transport sector in Mauritius. I'll talk about the GFEI in Mauritius. It was a two-phase approach, so we'll talk about the two phases. We'll talk about the implementation of GFEI policies in Mauritius, and also about the new initiatives that government is taking to decarbonize the land transport system. And finally, we'll conclude with one last slide. So next slide, I'll show you for the land transport sector, I told you we are a small country. We have 1.2 million people. We have about 600, as of now, as of 2021, it was about 600,000 vehicles. But as at April this year, the number of vehicles stood at more than 630,000. So we are seeing a rising trend. And lately, in January 2020, government introduced a modern public transport system, which changed the transport landscape in our country with the operation of the light rail system. You can see some of the pictures on the slide. So we have on a very important corridor in our country from the capital city to another important town. So we'll be doing that rail system from Port Louis to Cupid, and it will be extending laterally to a few regions as well. This one is just to show you the increasing trend in the number of vehicles. In fact, for the past decade, it has been the average annual increase in the number of vehicles has been around 4.5%. Coming to the fuel consumption, the transport sector, it represents around 50% of total final energy consumption, as you can see from the chart. And of course, so fuel consumption will lead to GHG emissions. And this sector is contributing around 25% of CO2 emissions. And you can also see it in this graph as well. You can see the pale blue bars. You can see the rising trend in GHG emissions from the transport sector. Now I'll like to come to the GFEI project in Mauritius. So before I continue, I'll just like to place on record our appreciation, our thanks to the United Nations Environment Programme and its partners for assisting Mauritius in bringing this project to Mauritius and providing assistance for us to implement it. So as I told you, so UNEP and its partners, the donor agencies, we would want to thank everyone for this laudable initiative, which has been very useful for our country. So the first phase, it was a two-phase project in Mauritius. Phase one was from 2013 to 2014. And the objective was to come up with a cleaner, more energy efficient vehicle strategy. We had a task force which was set up for that purpose and 3 working groups which were set up. And of course, workshops were held at the start and at the end of the project. This was very beneficial to Mauritius because what it did, it generated policy interest in the topic. It brought together stakeholders. We had meetings, discussions, and we started doing the vehicle inventories. We started thinking about policy options available to us to meet the GFEI objectives. We talked about sensitization, capacity building. In fact, phase one helped us to lay down the foundation for further analysis, discussion, and development of a detailed vehicle strategy for Mauritius. Then we come to the phase two, which was implemented from 2015 to 2018. Here also we had to come up with more energy efficient vehicle strategies. And we had several working groups and which were reporting to a steering committee for the successful implementation of this project. We had several consultative meetings just for phase one with ministries, parastatal bodies, academia, and the private sector. So the technical working groups, in fact, they focused on several issues, and we adopted a multi-pronged approach, which laid emphasis on fuel quality, energy efficiency, energy efficient vehicles, fiscal incentives, traffic management, and also legal aspects. So I'll go briefly on each of these implementation policies in my country. So these are the things I just mentioned to you. We had also some sensitization projects which we implemented. So let me go to the fuel quality now. So as you can see from the slide, we have been introducing from 2001, we have been reducing the sulfur content in diesel from 5,000 ppm to 2,500 ppm. And we have also in 2002 introduced unleaded petrol. but there the sulfur content was still very high, but it was unleaded. And then gradually you can see we reduced the sulfur content from 5 to 500 ppm to 50 ppm. And finally, in last year, in 2021, we have introduced ultra-low sulfur fuels with 10 ppm content, both in petrol and diesel. So it was for the petrol, it was quite a leapfrogging from 1,000 to 10. And for the diesel part, it was a gradual increase. It was a progressive improvement in fuel quality that we implemented over the years. Now for the fiscal incentives, similarly, there were progressive changes concerning these incentives. Firstly, we introduced in 2011 a CO2 levy rebate scheme in Mauritius. This was done through the budget exercise. And then gradually we moved on to the reduction of excise duty on electric and hybrid vehicles. But I'll talk a bit later more in details about the fee-based system. And there was progressive reduction in excise duty for hybrid and electric vehicles to provide incentives for people to buy more of them. And in the last budget exercise of 2022-2023, the government announced in the budget speech that as from 1st July 2022, all hybrid and electric vehicles will be duty-free. So no duty on those vehicles. I'll elaborate more on these budget measures later in my subsequent slides. So let me come to the fee-based system. As I told you, it was introduced in 2011. So a threshold of CO2 emission was set, and a levy was paid if the CO2 emission was higher than the threshold, or the person received a rebate if it was below that threshold. However, this scheme had to be suspended in 2016. We couldn't continue with the scheme as there were some operational technical issues that cropped up, especially regarding the measurements of CO2, because these different standards were being used, there was no consistency and all such issues. But as I told you, the reduction in excise duty, this was progressive and this was maintained. Now, sorry, coming to the legal aspects of encouraging efficient vehicles and to reach the fuel economy goals, government introduced the vehicle labeling regulations. In fact, it is under the Environment Protection Act. The 2019, we had under the Environment Protection Act, the display of fuel consumption and CO2 emission label. So according to these regulations, a dealer in motor car has to fix a label on all new motor car which are on sale. So you can have a glimpse of the fuel economy label in our country. The label displays, in fact, the make, the model, the engine capacity, the fuel type, fuel consumption, and CO2 emission of the car. This, in fact, these regulations, they aim at increasing consumer awareness in a certain way, because consumers, when they are going to buy their cars, they understand the choices that are available to them. They can compare fuel consumption and CO2 emissions of different vehicles, of different models, and so that they can make informed decisions when purchasing their car. So I also talked, as I told you, it was a multi-pronged approach. We have talked about fuel quality, we have talked about fiscal incentives, labeling regulations, and we also have traffic management measures which have been taken by constructing grade separated junctions just to improve the fluidity of traffic so as to reduce the travel time so that fuel consumption and CO2 emissions are reduced. Everything aiming at reaching the global fuel economy goals. And of course, the introduction of the mass transport system, the Metro Express, as we call it, the light rail transport, also is contributing to have the mass transport so as to reduce traffic flow. And then just to share a bit about the sub-regional workshop that we did within the context of the GFEI initiative. We had some 20 African countries and to share experiences on this initiative, and a roadmap on fuel economy for the African sub-region was developed and which comprised common low carbon land transport strategies. And also coming to the sensitization part, we had radio clips, TV spots, TV clips, and we had some focused sensitization on eco-driving. We had distributed at filling stations, we distributed pamphlets on eco-driving just to sensitize people on this issue, because the way we drive also has an impact on fuel consumption and CO2 emission of vehicles. I'd like just to come back to some statistics, because we have been talking about so many measures that we have put in place, just to show you that the number of hybrid vehicles in Mauritius has been increasing, though it is not very much, but it is showing definitely an increasing trend. Same for electric vehicles. And in fact, the cumulative number of hybrid vehicles is greater than 21,000 as compared to around 5,000 in 2017. So it has increased. Same scenario, though to a lesser extent for electric vehicles. Now we are standing at around 680 electric vehicles, as compared to only 44 in 2017. So I'd just like to, as I told you earlier, I'll be talking about the new measures which have been announced in our budget 2022-2023, which was passed on 7th of June this year. This budget has put emphasis on accelerating the land transport electric vehicles transition. Government is putting emphasis on this to reduce our dependence on import of petroleum products, to decarbonize the land transport system, and to accelerate electric vehicle transitions. A number of fiscal incentives have been announced, like loans and leasing facilities are being provided for, will start being provided for the acquisition of electric vehicles by transport operators, individuals, companies, taxis, and van operators. As you can see in the first bullet here, photovoltaic farms also will be set up to meet the electricity needs of the light rail system. So even for the mass transport system, we are trying to make it greener by using renewable energy sources. And we also have a bus modernization scheme, which will be now used for purchase of electric buses. And even the public transport company, it is going to renew its fleet by including many more electric buses. And other companies, other transport companies are also acquiring electric buses. So this one, as I told you earlier, as from 1st July 2022, all hybrid and electric vehicles will become duty-free. These were about the recently announced measures in the budget. I'd just like to conclude that, as you can see, there is a firm commitment to decarbonize the land transport sector in Mauritius. And with these new measures and other measures which are existing previously, we hope and we are confident that the number of hybrid and electric vehicles will rise. And in fact, it is forecasted that the share of hybrid cars will be around 43% by 2050, and the share of electric cars will be around 18% by 2050. So we hope to reach that or go even beyond that if possible. And again, here I would like to mention that the GFEI has had an instrumental contribution in bringing Mauritius where we are in terms of the improvements in the land transport sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very nice to know what you are guys doing in Mauritius about the GFEI policies, the implementation that you have done so far. Very interesting how you increase the fuel quality in your country. It's very nice experience. Thank you. I remind you that we will be doing the question sessions at the end of the presentations. The next presentation is from Etienne Da from Côte d'Ivoire. He's going to be presenting about the next steps from fuel economy to e-pilots.
Morning. So I'm Etienne Da from Côte d'Ivoire. I am the coordinator of a project we call Mobility Project. I'm going to present what we did in Côte d'Ivoire since 2015 from today. Oh, no. What happens? Oh, thank you. Let's type, please. Thank you. Well, the summary is presented with 3 points. The first one did with full economy analysis, the challenges and lessons learned. The second point deal with the current status and how to improve full quality market in Côte d'Ivoire. And the last one is about the project we conduct right now in Côte d'Ivoire. Slide, please. When you began this project in 2015, okay. Excuse me. About fuel economy, we found that for CO2 emission, we have about 8 liters per 100 kilometers, and for CO2 emission, we have about 200 grams per kilometer. It's high when you compare to the European country. For example, for fuel consumption, we have about 4 liters per 100 kilometers. And for CO2 emission, we have about 95 grams per kilometer. So we have to make an effort to address the goal of GFEI. The policy we choose is the labeling, like in Kenya and Mauritius. But we have the regulatory but this regulatory is not implemented because of lack of finance to do it. It's the Ministry of Transport who have to do it. So, slide, please. But we have some lessons learned in terms of challenges. The technical challenges deal with the constraint in data availability. Because of a small portion of the fleet, we work only on the 10 models in Côte d'Ivoire. And this previous data collected is not in the format of GFEI. And so we have lack of clean, low sulfur fuels in Côte d'Ivoire. About policy, we face the instability of institution. We created a task team in 2014, but the continuity of the system is brought down because of the institutional instability. And we face another problem is the involvement of key ministries, namely energy and the Ministry of Finance. In terms of lesson learned, we have opportunities because we have bad practice in Kenya and in Mauritius. We want to do like these countries to involve all ministries, energy, health, transport, environment, commerce, and budget. And we have a good regulation in Côte d'Ivoire. We call it Commission Spéciale Itinérante. It's an on-road traffic commission to monitor the tailpipe emissions of vehicles. And we have also a good institution who make inspection and monitoring of vehicles tailpipe emissions. These opportunities are going to be in practice in Côte d'Ivoire. Slide, please. How to have a good quality of fuel in Côte d'Ivoire. I show you this example from Germany. If we have a good quality of fuel, we can have 9 models of Volkswagen in your country. But if the quality of your fuel is not good, you only have 3 models of Volkswagen available in your country. It's why we have to focus our efforts on the quality of our fuel. Because of this problem, the option is to introduce e-mobility in Côte d'Ivoire. It's why we got GEF fund to implement this pilot. Slides. The project called Integrated, Sustainable, and Low Emission Transport in Côte d'Ivoire. Its objective is to mitigate a greenhouse gas effect by revision of the policy and the institutional framework, training and capacity building, demonstrating the electric vehicles, develop a good team of finance and business model, engage the sector, the private sector, and the replication. With this objective, we have 4 components. The first one is to elaborate a strategy in the country, deal with e-mobility. The second one is to remove all barriers, I mean by financial, technical, and regulatory. The third one is to prepare the environment to have a scale-up of replication. And the last one is about environmental sustainability by making some activities to reduce the impact of batteries. There are the four components of this project. Slides. Right now, what shall we do? For the first component, as I say, we establish a strategic e-mobility planning document, and we set up an intersectorial e-mobility coordination body, which is going to conduct the project, because of if we have a steering committee, after the project, the steering committee is not in place. So we have to have a permanent institution to conduct the project. About the second component, we are going to identify opportunities in terms of technical and economic for electrifying urban public transport mode in our economic capital, Abidjan. We want to invest in the public transport enterprise with a pilot fleet, training drivers and mechanics, and starting the charging infrastructure. Slide, please. About the short-term barrier, it deals with the implementation to collect operation data and use it as a basic for optimizing EV operation, and develop an electrification investment strategy for public buses. Slide, please. For the third component, we want to develop and adopt a fiscal policy and regulation. Develop also and adopt technical regulation and standard for EV and charging infrastructure. And for the last, we want to promote the development of renewable energies and power source, and develop also an initial regulatory framework for the collection and management of the used batteries. What shall we say today? The project began on February. We set up a steering committee, and now we are looking for, as I say, looking for international consultants, and we are going to establish the intersectorial e-mobility coordination body, which work with outline the policy coordination, the work plan, and nominate about 30% of female to increase gender parity. We want to have a permanent institution to conduct the initiative at the end. Slide, please. What can I say when I finish? We have a new degree on age-based restriction. This degree has been taken in 2017 and entered into force in July 2018. For light-duty vehicle, we have only 5 years. And for high-duty vehicles, we have 7 years, not 8, but 7 years. So right now, what about CO2 emissions and fuel consumption with this new decree? We have to conduct this activity with the Ministry of Transport, but like of Finance every time. So according to e-mobility, we have emerging of many initiatives in the country. Someone want to offer a digital payment and financing solution, planning a pilot electric minibuses, collaborate with the taxi fleet to scrappage CHIM under the present project. In the capital of the country, one want to introduce EV. And we have today what you call ecosystem e-mobility. We try to organize the private sector, the public sector, and civil society to go together to move from through this new technology of e-mobility. Slide, please. When I tell you that, I finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Etienne. I apologize because at the beginning of your presentation, I forgot to make your presentation. Dr. Etienne Da is the Chief of Technical Advisor on Electric Mobility in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting what you are doing in your country with all those strategies about electric mobility. Our next presenter is Gervas Opondo. Gervas Opondo is the Executive Director of the Environment Compliance Institute. He will be presenting the communication products of the Africa region.
Good morning, colleagues. So I'm going to quickly present to you some of the communication products that we did develop together with UNEP. And these were mainly for purposes of communication and outreach in order to promote fuel economy within Africa. These communication materials are meant to break down this whole fuel economy discourse to different categories of stakeholders. So from technocrats and experts like yourselves to policymakers. You remember yesterday we had this discussion about, how do we get the policymakers to also support this discourse, and also to the general populace. Next slide, please. So for West Africa, there is a fuel economy roadmap for the entire ECOWAS sub-region. So we did design and lay out this in a way that, is easy to scan through and to capture the key findings on fuel economy for West Africa. And this, because of the language distinctions in English and French for West Africa, so we did both the English and French versions for West Africa. Next slide, please. And then because the roadmap itself is, quite bulky, for policymakers, they need something that they can quickly scan through and get really what are you trying to communicate. So we also did a summary for policymakers for the ECOWAS sub-region. Next, please. And then we also did summaries in terms of, a fact sheet that summarizes the fuel economy status for West Africa, and did also design a fuel economy label. Should this be approved by ECOWAS, then this will apply across the entire ECOWAS sub-region. Next, please. Now, coming to East Africa, again, we did a summary of the fuel economy studies that have been carried out across East Africa, basically picking the key points to promote fuel economy within the East Africa sub-region. Next, please. And then we also did country-specific summaries of the GFEI studies. So we did summaries for Kenya, for Uganda, for Tanzania and for Rwanda, this being the countries in East Africa where GFEI studies have been carried out. So that's basically, snapshots of the various country summaries. Next, please. And then within the discourse of GFEI, and also, within this meeting, you can see there is very deliberate efforts to also promote the shift and transition into electric mobility. So, so far for East Africa, there have been mostly, efforts towards promoting the two-wheelers. So we did develop fact sheets to promote electric two-wheelers for both Kenya and Uganda. Next, please. And finally, we did a series of photographs. These were mainly done within the city of Nairobi. And we have a stock library of over 1,000 photos that promote different aspects of fuel economy, as well as electric mobility. And this, will be available to UNEP and to partners in the future for purposes of different communication materials in order to promote the agenda of fuel economy as well as electric mobility. And finally, I will leave you with a short video that we were able to develop that quickly summarizes and captures, the state of fuel.
Advanced vehicle fuel economy in Africa. Vehicles are a major source of harmful air pollutants and carbon dioxide, the primary greenhouse gas emitted through human activities. All internal combustion vehicles emit carbon dioxide, but the higher the vehicle fuel consumption, the higher the carbon dioxide emission. The African continent is experiencing the fastest rate of urbanization of any region, and as a result, high vehicle growth. Despite having only 2% of the world's total vehicle fleet, Africa is already seeing the negative impacts of high motorization through worsening transport-related air pollution, traffic congestion, and one of the highest road fatalities. Through the Global Fuel Economy Initiative, 30 African countries have been supported to analyze vehicle imports in terms of age, technology, and fuel consumption. This information is key to supporting the development and introduction of policies to improve vehicle fuel economy. Some of the key findings from the African fuel economy studies are: Africa predominantly relies on imported used vehicles to meet vehicle demand, with used vehicles constituting over 90% of new vehicle registrations. Most African countries lack regulations to incentivize cleaner, more efficient vehicles. As a result, these countries are experiencing slow or no improvements in their vehicle fuel efficiency, and in some cases showing a worsening trend in fuel economy. This results to higher fuel import bills for the continent, with consumers paying more per travel distance. There is a significant lag in fuel economy in Africa compared to vehicle manufacturing countries in Europe and Japan. For example, there is an 8-year lag to Kenya's vehicle fuel economy compared to that of Japan. The average fuel economy of vehicles in the European Union in 2016 was 5.4 liters in gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers, compared, for example, to Togo in the same year that imported vehicles with an average fuel economy of 8.4 liters in gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers. Different countries have used different policies to attract cleaner and more fuel-efficient vehicles. Country examples: Mauritius has an age limit of 4 years, and through fiscal incentives, has improved the national average fuel economy from 7 liters per 100 kilometers in 2005 to 5.8 liters per 100 kilometers in 2015. Kenya has a maximum age limit of 8 years for imported cars, which form over 95% of light-duty vehicles registrations. Rwanda and Cape Verde have scrapped off taxes for electric vehicles to incentivize their uptake. Ghana, on the other hand, has implemented penalties for the importation of old vehicles. This has resulted in marginal improvement of fuel economy from 7.38 liters per 100 kilometers in 2005 to 6.99 liters per 100 kilometers in 2015. Regional progress. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, became the first region to adopt a regionally harmonized fuel economy roadmap outside of the European Union. The region targets a 34% improvement in its vehicle fuel economy from the 2015 weighted average of fuel consumption in its member states. Regional average fuel economy targets for newly imported or registered light-duty vehicles are 5 liters in gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers by 2025 and 4.2 liters in gasoline equivalent per 100 kilometers by 2030. The region has also agreed to a harmonized fuel economy label to guide consumer choice towards more efficient vehicles. Recommendations. There is need for better information capturing as relevant data to support continuous fuel economy review is lacking. Regional and national approaches are key to improving vehicle fuel economy through fiscal incentives, consumer sensitization, among others. As a major consumer of vehicles, governments are called upon to take the lead by procuring fuel-efficient vehicles. A phased approach that includes a differentiated program based on vehicle type, for example, starting with 2- and 3-wheelers and public transportation, may be the easiest way towards improving vehicle fuel efficiency. Finally, improving vehicle fuel economy should be part of a wider, integrated and sustainable transport initiative. This encompasses increased use of non-motorized transport, modal shifts to low-carbon forms, and an uptake of improved vehicle and engine performance technologies.
Thank you for the presentation, Jerfas. Now we are gonna start the question session. So if somebody in the floor has any question or any comment or any remark, please free to do it.
Yes, good morning. My name is Francois from the state of Kigali, Rwanda. So I have a few questions for the first and the second presenter. My brother from Uganda, I'm asking about the age limit. You said this, you have 15 years for age limit for imported vehicles. Is this for all vehicles or you have a different age depending on the vehicle category? In addition to this, I think the age limit regulation should be supplemented by the engine technology. So all vehicles below the 15 years old, do you cater for engine technology? Engine technology, I mean like saying we are allowing vehicle for Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 5. Do you, in addition to age limit, do you have anything about the engine technology? So another one, for my brother from Uganda, this regulation is on imported vehicles, but when a vehicle are already in operation in the country, what are the control measures? So those for my colleague from Uganda. So my other question is for my sister from Mauritius. You have a very good incentives. I should even congratulate you. Once you have incentives to promote electric vehicles, do you have also like some measures to discourage people from importation of internal combustion vehicles? That's question number one. Number two, when you see the whole life cycle of EV, another part that should be playing a big role is the quality or how the electricity is produced. I mean, the dirty energy can also contribute to emissions. I want to know how clean is the energy production in Mauritius? Do you still use the dirty energy? Do you have renewable energy? So what do you use? The third one, when you see the batteries for EVs, are you anticipating or do you have already in place measures for battery recycling or disposal in a safe way, not to harm the environment? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I guess, Dr. Gerald, are you going to answer the question that is doing about your country?
The age limit has been for 15 years, but let's take where it started from. It started from 2008 when introduced an environmental levy for used vehicles. Now, the environmental levy, after working for some years, it turned out that instead of actually discouraging the old technologies, the old used vehicles with poor technologies, because not all used vehicles have poor technologies. So, but that measure turned out to be a revenue generating measure rather than a control measure. So an improvement is done later on to say, okay, let's restrict the ages. As I said, wanted 8 years, but the economy is not run by one-sided policymakers. You also have the practitioners. So we arrived at 15 years. But now, with the 15 years, we also introduced pro rata tax regime. After 5 years, any vehicle which is 5 years and low, you don't pay, let's say that around 5 years and more, you pay 50% environmental levy. Now, let me tell you something. These things of emissions and what, people don't understand them. What they understand is money. What they understand is money. So this thing of environment, of what, it is us technocrats who understand their impacts, the health, the public, the what. But the person is interested in moving from place to place. Now, so the measure was hit where it hurts most. Now, if you import more than 5 years, you pay 50% more. Now, any vehicle which is less than 5 years, you don't pay that 50% tax. And I can tell you that's what has, although you see the 15, but that's why you find there's a significant improvement in the better technology-based vehicles, because the savings are quite significant. So you just compute, do I want to pay 50%? No, why don't I add that 50% onto the money I have and purchase a cleaner, more fuel-efficient vehicle? So now that has had a significant improvement. The other one still, as I said, we had gone to 8 or 9, but there has been a label. So we have now proposed some stepwise measures, even to go for those older ones. So, this constructive disruption, we call it constructive disruption, whereby it will practically become very challenging for it to import an old one. So we say those which are 5 years, you can clear from inside. Those which are more than 5, which are very old, you can clear to the border. And at the border, we mean Mombasa. Now that becomes very problematic in terms of business. But these measures are going to, so I don't want to talk about them because we are proposing them for the next financial year. So we wait for them to be announced in the July, in the budget, which is just a few days. Now, so you want to see the new measures, the new measures which work on all those. For the already in operation stock, we have proposed strict inspection systems. Now, for the first years, we have been building inspection sites on all the strategic routes. Now, all these sites are ready. They're just awaiting commissioning, and then we'll be inspecting all the vehicles that are in stock, that are in operation. At the moment, there is inspection done by the Ministry of Transport and the police as part of the licensing regime. But the other will be a new introduction that will be checking regularly these vehicles. I think it's equivalent to, I have seen one inspection site in Kigali, in some part of Kigali. I was there some 2 weeks ago. But ours will be much better than yours. So I looked at what you have. Yeah, so don't worry. So you'll be coming to see, we have put up modern inspection system that will be checking the emissions, the fuel, not just an inspection, but a real inspection, so that you get real results, a real return on investment. Yeah, but that requires that we've put in the standard, and that's why we're developing the standards on the fuel economy and emissions. You see, for you to do an inspection, it means there will be there will be units that will comply and those which will fail. And if you are going to fail, there must be a penalty. And if there's going to be a penalty, it must be backed up by the legal regime. So the three have to go together. And then it means there has also to be the capacity to check those standards and improve them and follow up on the system and monitoring system to follow up on improvement. Now, that's what we have put in place, and then we just wait commissioning. Yeah, I think those are the ones. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. So the Mrs. Gura, are you over there? Did you listen to the questions? Ms. Gura, are you there? Mauritius, from Mauritius? Maybe she's not there, so.
Yes, hello, yes, I was muted, sorry.
Don't worry. Do you listen
Yes.
to the questions?
Yes, I got the question. So I think we have 3 questions for me. The first one, if I'm not mistaken, is about how to discourage conventional vehicles. Because on one side, yes, we are promoting electric vehicles, that's true. Because what we are doing is that, in fact, the discouragement for the conventional internal combustion engines, this lies into the fact that there is no reduction in any type of duty or taxes on these types of vehicles. We are giving incentives for the other cleaner vehicles, but the fact that we are not reducing any, there's no preference for road tax, there is no reduction in road tax or registration duty or excise duty for the conventional vehicles. So this remains the same. So this in itself is a disincentive, maybe, which is there for the conventional vehicles. But maybe you're right, maybe we could try to think along those lines and find more incentives or disincentives to discourage such type of vehicles. Coming to the second question, which was about, yes, the electricity production mix in Mauritius. So we are having 4 thermal power stations. We are using heavy fuel oil for part of the electricity generation. But as you know, in Mauritius, we have a lot of sugarcane. So we are also producing, during the harvest season, we are producing bagasse. And this is also used, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this accounts for quite a large proportion of the energy generation, the bagasse from sugarcane. We also have hydroelectricity in Mauritius. And in fact, government has a target to increase the renewable energy proportion in the energy mix. I hope my figures are correct. It's around 60% by 2030. So we'll be increasing the share of renewables. So I think, and as I told you in my presentation, even for the mass transport system, we are going towards photovoltaic solar energy for the electricity needs of the light rail system. So the third question was about the disposal of batteries from electric vehicles. So now, as I told you, we are not having that significant number of electric vehicles at this point, but we are we are thinking about the safe disposal of batteries. In fact, this was one of the discussion issues during the GFEI project in Mauritius, one of the working groups. They have worked on this. And in fact, the government also has announced the setting up of a scrapyard for used vehicles, for end-of-life vehicles. So when this scrapyard will be set up, all these issues of battery disposal, dismantling, and going for recycling, everything will be taken care of during in that project also, because we are not going just to scrap the vehicles, put it there, but we are going to take into account the acid content of the batteries and how to safely dispose of those batteries. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. Do we have any more questions in the floor?
Thank you very much. I'm Kaunda from Malawi. My first question, I think, goes to Uganda, just to try to find out if at all, because I think yesterday when the regions were presenting, I think it was clear that if you had to go e-mobility, obviously there's need for huge, not huge, but more of incentives from either mostly from government. So I just wanted to find out from Uganda if there are specific incentives for the private operators maybe to come up with support infrastructure. They had to move now from pilot to rolling out of the same, as well as maybe for the citizens to also procure the same. The other one was also, maybe you partially attached it on the new vehicles that are coming in. I just wanted to find out, maybe just to join my colleague, if there is that deliberate effort to check the technologies. Is it really new, or as we heard yesterday also, it can be new, but maybe there's still an old technology that is coming with that particular vehicle. So just wanted to find out whether really you deliberately check whether the technologies are really new, maybe Euro 6, Euro 5, thereabout. Thank you.
Okay. You see, when you get many questions, it means people are listening to you. It's one performance indicator. Now, the incentives, you see, I am lucky because I've worked on two fronts, on the public and on the private. In the government, in the public, there are different entities, each one with its own mandate. For instance, the one for energy is to ensure that the energy is clean, energy is sustainable, and whatever. Environment, make sure the environment is controlled. The one for treasury and finance is to collect as much revenue as possible. Now, if you bring those three people in the same room, there's always a fight. Now, you have to strike the balance. Then you also have on the private sector who wants to do a business. Whether that business hurts the common person to whom he's serving, that's a different matter. There is some bit of corporate responsibility now. We're talking of industry regulation, self-regulation, but that is on a limited scale. So if you are going to bring up incentives, you are hurting one person's mandate. Now, the only way you can get a win, when you go to the treasury, you have to propose the incentive you're going to create, the revenue loss, which is not a very good story, because they always want to know the revenue creation, how much more money you bring on board. So you have to show the cost benefit. Now, to do that, you must be backed by the data. And that's why we have gone now through the baseline settings. That's why I've gone through the pilots and know what you desire to incentivize the system. And now, I think and now also the other aspect was, when you are speaking of incentives and there are no actual beneficiaries, like no private players, it's like you are an academician, you're speaking in space. So we also had to attract some private players to be in that. Once you create these benefits, these are the people who are going to benefit from them, and this is how it can spur the business, and this is how you can eventually make some additional revenue out of the business, so that the equation is complete. Now we have done this, and we are going to go into the negotiation on what kind of incentives that can be created for electric mobility. There are those which you see, they are obvious, but when you say public health, it is not as straightforward as it is. But now I've done a research, I think, with the School of Public Health in particular hospitals, so we know the kind of cost of medical bills, we know the kind of diseases, the numbers are clear. We know the cost of electric mobility, we know if you apply which tax, how much it will go, and what is the purchasing power, okay? And how can this be activated? And then, of course, at the back of my mind, I want to reduce emissions, but I don't want to put that one straightforward because that doesn't sell, it doesn't speak. You see, let's all agree, Mauritius has done very well, all right? But you see, why has Mauritius done very well? When something is too good, you always have to find out, why is it too good? Mrs. Gora, you were just checking me. Just look at the pictures for Mauritius. GDP, growth rate, 4.8, the previous was 12.3. Just check your country, what's your growth rate? And I know most of your country's growth rates. Annual growth rate, 6.2. GDP, 10.9, the previous was 14.05 US dollars, billions. Okay, maybe this doesn't make sense, but let's pick the figure which gives us a lot of sense. The GDP per capita, on average, how much does each one have? It is 10,644. I think for us, we are struggling to reach even 1,000. The other day, we announced that we went to 1,000. So, but still, we must make progress. Now, the difference will be on the approach you make. I tell people, there's always work in a developing country because problems are plenty, but you have to be more genius to move around to get some kind of result. So that tells you why we're taking the approach we're taking. Now, are there, and I think Jerry will contribute to this, checking technology. While we have put up in-country systems, which we are going to commission very soon, in the interim, we have been having 2 inspections. It used to be 1, and we added on the second one to test technologies at source and even at destination. And this is it costs a lot of money to install these high-tech farms to do this check for you. What we want to do is transfer this one to in-country so that we can run in-country. I think Jerry can add on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. So just for your information, I just wanted to add that for East Africa as a sub-region, we have recently adopted regionally harmonized vehicle emission standards. And with this, these are expected to be gazetted later this month, with implementation starting as soon as 1st of July, if each of the countries cascade this down. For incoming vehicles, whether by way of importation or local manufacture or assembly, the requirement is going to be minimum Euro 4 emission technology. Kenya and Rwanda already took this step way back in 2019. Unfortunately, implementation has been delayed, but now that this is going to be a sub-region wide requirement, we expect that from July, if everything remains constant, all of East Africa will have Euro 4 as a minimum. And Major Kipchumba there will tell you that as of today, even for the used vehicles, they're actually even having imports of Euro 5 in Kenya at the moment. Now, just to touch briefly on the question about what's happening with the in-use vehicles. So within these regional standards, as well as, for example, the Rwanda standard of 2019, there is a graduated kind of emission limits based on the vehicle technology. So from pre-Euro, basically from pre-1992, all the way to the current technologies. So there are limits specified for each of these technologies to take care of the in-use vehicles with provisions for regular, inspections. So this, if implemented, then of course will take care of the emissions from the in-use vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the answer. So unfortunately, we don't have any more time for any questions. So we invite you for the break, and we will be starting again in about 10 minutes. Thank you. The break, the coffee is outside. You can go there. Thank you.
Here.
Okay. We are about to start our session again, so we ask you to take a seat and get ready to start the session again. Thank you. So in the second part of this morning, we will be having the session on Asia. We will be having the session on Asia Pacific. In this session, we will have presentation from Vietnam, Thailand, and a presentation about the communication products of this region. So our first presenter will be Vu Ngoc Kien, which is the Vice President of the University of Transport Technology in Vietnam. So we are ready to start with your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Vu Ngoc Kien from the University of Transport Technology, Vietnam. Coming to this workshop today, I would like to express my thanks to UNEP and colleagues that giving me this occasion to take part in this workshop holding in the UNEP headquarters like this. On the first day of the workshop and the early this morning, I was very impressed with the report that was presented. I think in these coming days, I will be in touch with the speaker and look forward to your willingness to share your experience and knowledge with us. Now, I would like to present my report. You know, the topic of today's workshop is shifting to efficient and zero emission vehicle in Global South. The scope of this workshop is very large, and in Vietnam, there are also many projects and programs aimed at shifting to efficient and zero emission vehicle in Vietnam. So my presentation at today's workshop only mentioning to a small aspect related to road transport, especially sharing some results in calculating fuel baselines by GFEI methods and some study on promoting e-mobility in Vietnam. Next slide. There are two main parts in my presentation. First, Vietnam transport and air quality and fuel economy development and several researches for e-mobility promotion in Vietnam. The first part mentioned to road traffic growth and their impact on the air environment. And the second part present the results of the few baseline calculation and several studies on promoting e-mobility in Vietnam. We can say Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economies in Asia with annual GDP growth of 6.2% from 2000 to 2017. Vietnam has also experienced rapid transport growth over the past decades, with the long-term goals of becoming developed and high-income countries by 2045. Vietnam transport is expected to develop strongly in the coming year. However, it can be seen that there is an imbalance in the structure of transport model in Vietnam. You can see in the slide, road transport accounts for too much a share, while the more energy efficient and less polluting models transport account for a very small share, such as you can see on the slide is railways and inland waterway. Next slide. The increase in demand and volume of the road transport will lead to an increase in the number of road vehicles, as shown on the slide. The type of, and also the type of road transport vehicles in Vietnam is also very diverse, as we can see. There are many kinds of road transport vehicles in Vietnam now. Road transport growth has had a negative impact on the air environment and affect the human health. You can see that according to WHO, from 2008 to 2017, Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam, was in the list of the list of 500 cities with the highest annual average concentration of PM 2.5. Yes, please. And also greenhouse gas is also forecasted to increase in the coming years if there is no solution to control. As a part of Paris Agreement signed in 2015, Vietnam committed to reduce GHG emission by 25% by 2030 with international support. And this is contribution was raised to 27% in the updated nationally determined contribution in 2020. And in the Glasgow Climate Agreement COP26 in 2021, the government of Vietnam has introduced new commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2050. So, what is the solution to make the commit? So we looking at the slide, we can see that to reduce pollutant and GHG from transportation activities that have been implemented can be classified into 6 groups of solutions, such as training and raising awareness solution, shifting transportation models solution, infrastructure improvement, vehicle improvement, public transport development, and cleaner fuel cleaner fuels solution. With the support of government of Vietnam and the support of domestic and international organization, our university, the University of Transport Technology, has opportunities to participate in the development of policies and proposals according to the above solutions. Today, I would like to introduce some activities of the climate change response that have been being done by our university. Now, the following are some research results on fuel baseline calculation and e-mobility in Vietnam conducted by our university. Our climate change response team is called CIRUT, which is abbreviation taken from the first letter of climate change responsible of the University of Transport Technologies. Our teams was established in 2016 and has implemented several science and technologies projects that contribute to improve the air environment from transport activities in Vietnam. The research results of these projects are further widely, you can see in the slide. Our research results are widely tested and applied in different scope. And particular, the project number 2 was used by the Prime Minister to issue an important decision on emission limits and emission control roadmap for in-use vehicle in Vietnam. We are very proud that for this result of our research. And the typical second project is project number 1 is a project supported by UNEP and has been implemented by us with various deliverables. The research result is an important reference for further studies in Vietnam on e-mobility, contributing to the Vietnam government promoting the policies of e-mobility in Vietnam. These are on the slide. These are the main deliverable of this project. For the detailed contents, we can see them by the link and QR codes in the next slide, please. Here is the link and a QR code that you can see more detail about the project results. And here you can see a picture that our university introduced about the UNEP project to the Prime Minister when he was visiting and working with our university on 26 March this year. Regarding the fuel baseline calculation in this project, we have calculated the fuel baseline for four kinds of vehicles. First, fuel baseline for two-wheelers, fuel baseline for light-duty vehicles, and fuel baselines for truck. And the last one is fuel baselines for passenger vehicles. In order to calculate the fuel baselines, of course, it is necessary for us to survey the growth of number of vehicles. So from now, I would like to present generally the way we calculated the we calculated the baseline, few baseline. So that on the slide, you can see that the number of light duty vehicles increased continuously, and it reached about 250,000 units in the year 2016, and the vehicles was sold by 7 branches from 1 to 7, and in the slide we have to increase the vehicle manufacturers during the calculation to ensure that their security of the manufacturers. We make that the make 1 or make 2 to make 7 and or brand 1 from the brand 1 to 7 instead of we raise their real name. And for motorcycle sales were about 3 million units per year, and sold by 4 major brands, one of which accounts for 70% market share. And you know that this brand and these manufacturers, we have the biggest share, and they greatly affect the calculation results. Regarding to the technologies before the year 2013, mainly motorcycles sold in Vietnam used carburetor, but after the year 2013, electronic fuel injection motorcycle increased sharply, like so on the slides. Next. And this is the status of newly registered heavy duty vehicle in Vietnam. For heavy duty vehicle, the group of with the largest number is under 7 tons, including under 2 tons and from 2 to 7 tons. For passenger vehicle, the group of largest number is from 10 to 16 seats, and from 26 to 46 seats. The period from 2013 to 2016, we can see a sharp increase in the number of these kind of vehicles. Next, please. And the data collection, how to collect the data. The data collection was done as follow, that for the kind of vehicle, light duty vehicles, the data was collected from 49 brands sold by 7 manufacturers. For a motorcycle, the data collection was carried out for 25 popular vehicle brands, and for passenger vehicles and truck, data was collected from 7 to 17 manufacturers. The percentage of vehicle collected by all groups were from 80% to 99% of total vehicle sales. Parameter was collected statistics according to GFEI guidelines. And in Vietnam, you know that it is very difficult to collect the above parameters. So we have to research many kind of way that from the source, from the register, Vietnam register, from the association, Vietnam Association of Motor Manufacturers, Vietnam Automobiles Manufacturers Association, and of course on the internet, etc. Next, please. And this is the fuel consumption calculation results for light vehicles by vehicle types. You can see that fuel consumption was calculated according to the cycle outside the city, inside the city, and mixed cycles. And the result of the fuel consumption of light duty vehicles increased from 8.3 liter to 7.44 liters per 1 kilometers in the periods from 2010 to 2017. And the fuel consumption changes were analyzed according to manufacturer such as vehicle type, sedan, like a sedan and SUV and hatchbacks, etc. And in Vietnam, light duty vehicles are mainly sedans. And this is the fuel consumption calculation results for light vehicles by cylinders capacity and weight. The fuel consumption change were analyzed according to the cylinder capacity, vehicle tank weight. For light duty vehicle passenger car vehicle in Vietnam, mainly vehicle with a capacity of less than 2.5 liters and the vehicle with the weight of less than 1.4 tons. Next, please. And now this is the result of for motors. The fuel consumption changes was analyzed to according to cylinder capacity and vehicle mass. In Vietnam, motorbike are mainly used with the cylinder capacity of less than 120 centimeter cubic and tire weight of less than 120 kilograms. This is the calculation results for trucks and passenger vehicles. For passenger vehicle, fuel consumption is calculated according to number of seats. For truck, fuel consumption is calculated according to weight. From the result of each vehicle types, the average fuel consumption for passengers, vehicle and trucks have been determined from the result of calculating fuel consumption by year. It is possible to build a regression equation of law of fuel consumption changing to predict for the next coming years. Next, please. And this is the results of carbon dioxide emission. Carbon dioxide emission of light duty vehicles and motorbike are calculated from fuel consumption calculation results above. And the law of carbon dioxide changing is similar to the law of fuel consumption changing and is also influenced by factors such as vehicle type, cylinder capacity of vehicle weight, etc. And this is the result of carbon dioxide emission of passenger vehicles and trucks. First, we can see that with the calculation of fuel baseline for road vehicle in Vietnam is shown on the slide. Accordingly, now, as you can see that our university with the support of UNEP has been calculated for all types of road vehicle from 2010 to 2017 17 for light duty vehicles and for motorcycle, and and from 2010 to 2019 we already calculated for trucks and heavy duty vehicles and passenger cars. As far as I know, in Vietnam now, GIZ also is currently assisting the Ministry of Transport in calculating and updating the fuel baseline just only for light duty vehicles with less than under 9 seats, and the calculation is now still in progress, and the reason have not been published by now. And along with the above studies, the University of Transport Technologies now is currently implementing several projects related to e-mobility, promoting e-mobility. The first project is urban mobility in sustainable area in developing and emerging economies, refer to as the Solution Plus projects. In this project, Hanoi is one of the 9 cities selected by for pilot implementation. And you know that many rich activities are implemented in 5 work packages here. The project participants in this project have many opportunities to exchange and cooperate and with each other to share experience and resource to promote e-mobility in each country. Besides all the activities mentioned in the 5 work package above, the pilot in Hanoi is connected from mall to public transport stop by electric scooter. So we can say that is a component in Vietnam, the last mile connectivities. Okay, by electric scooter for push up the public transport in Hanoi. And the distance between the 2 connecting points is 2 kilometers, and people can borrow the e-scooter at both ends and to travel. And the project, our project used 50 electric scooters and 10 electric bicycles. To operate this project, an operating app with the name vShare app is being developed by the QAQ company collaboration with our university. And it is expected that at the end of this July, the app will be put in operation, and we will launch on the pilot demonstration in Hanoi. Next, please. And as you know, in Hanoi, there is a shortage of parking space for 2-wheelers. This will restrict people from using 2-wheelers to access public transport. So, the second project of ours now is study for the development of electric 2-wheelers in Hanoi. in fact, this project is a part of the project technical assistance for the sustainable development in Hanoi, supported by ADF. We only the small part in this project. The first project that our university is implementing now is to develop a battery swapping standard system for electric vehicles. This project is sponsored by Vietnam Motorcycle Association Motorcycle Manufacturers. This set of standard includes the two parts. As you can see that the first part is general and guidance, and the second is safety requirement. The project is expected to be completed by the end of this year, 2022. From the research results obtained and based on the actual situation of Vietnam today, the University of Transport Technologies intends to conduct two further research direction, such as the first, develop a transition roadmaps to electric vehicles, and the second, how to apply fuel consumption and fuel average calculation results for energy labeling. So one of the question is that we want to find the answer to the answer is that is it possible to use the result of fuel baseline calculation to build up a roadmap for transition from international combustion engine to vehicle to electric vehicles? Yesterday and this morning, I have heard some reports related to this one, and as I mentioned above, after the workshop like this, I will get in touch with some speaker in workshop here to discuss and to learn from them the methodology is how to develop the roadmap for to transit from ICE vehicles to transit to electric vehicles. And on the slide, our teams developed the methodology like this. Not methodology, just only the step to do this. But we think that this diagrams of methods we have to discuss with them further and in detail. I hope that in the near future I will receive many comments for this. Okay. With the I know that with the limitation times of today's workshop, it is impossible to discuss in detail, and I hope that after this workshop, colleagues and UNEPs will share with us your experience and in some respects. Okay. As you know, as you know, currently in Vietnam, the energy labeling is applied to vehicle only under 9 seats and also motorcycles. At the same time, the labeling is just only a declaration of energy consumption. So in the coming time, Vietnam needs to labeling for vehicle over 9 seats and truck, and also should develop the compulsory regulation on fuel consumption for each type of vehicles, I think. So that's my presentation today. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very complete presentation about the situation right now in Vietnam and what you guys are doing in the University of Transport Technology. Our next presenter is Nuwon Kolapuk. He's the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Research Team Leader at the National Energy Technology Center in Thailand. He's going to be presenting about Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, good morning again. So this is my second time that I'll give some sharing experience about Thailand. And yesterday I already told you, emphasize on how Thailand is developing the fuel economy policy, and also touch upon the fact of the emission regulation as well as the fuel quality regulation in ASEAN, and also with the EV also movement in Thailand. But today, I think in line with the earlier presentation by Dr. Kim, and we're just going to tell you a bit more on what has been happening in the fuel economy, especially, and also a bit more detail than what we are working with under the UNEP Global E-Mobility program. And also, I would like to show this next slide, please. So the breakdown of the my presentation will be twofold. So basically, I'll just focus on another project. Since this session is on Asia Pacific, so we also got this the APEC project on policy dialogue on fuel economy platform, which actually extending the earlier project within the scope of the APEC that talking about the fuel labeling for the vehicle. And we did that under the framework of policy partnership on science, technology, and innovation, or in short, PPSTI. And we did that in about a year, during the December 27 to November 2018. And next, I'm just gonna go in a bit more detail about this mainstream electric mobility 2 and 3 wheelers in Thailand. Next, please. So this project is actually a proposal by Thailand Economy and with a co-sponsor by People's Republic of China, Chinese Taipei, and so the Philippines. So I think we are also realizing this low-hanging fruit. I think we are not focusing only on the 2 or 3 wheelers, but we're actually gonna create some platform for the fuel economy initiative or discussion to be carried on the momentum. And the objective is fourfold. So basically, under the APEC project, we like to train the participant, and we actually borrow and also get some help from our expert from IEA regarding the tool that to evaluate the cost benefit of this fuel economy policy. Similar what the same project I talked yesterday, but I didn't go into detail. And that's something that we provided to the participant of our APEC workshop here, the assessment. And then we also create a framework for platform for fuel economy, and also, of course, in line with the GFEI that have been a great support for our resource person. And also there are recommendations with the trained participant as well as a build capacity during our 1-year project. And we have 2 workshops. The first workshop is conducted in Bangkok back in April 2018. And the second workshop was conducted in Malaysia in November of the same year, 2018, in line with the better air quality conference in 2018. And also they just shared the link for the final report that has been available, upload on the APEC database website. Next, please. So basically, this is our just a brief snapshot of the first workshop here. I didn't put in details what's going on in this activity, but I think you can refer to the final report. But I just want to emphasize that this workshop is actually come in time for during the moment where we actually in Thailand trying to propose and convincing our policymaker regarding how important it is for this field economy, and not only in Thailand, but of course it has been spurred out around the world, especially under the Asia Pacific region that other economy are also looking into this as well. And we also get about 50 participants. At that time, the flying is still possible, and we get from 9 member economy, and of course we have a good mix of female and male participation from both government sector and especially industry. And this is actually, I just want to highlight on my personal note that it's a good showcase for Thai automotive industry, so that they know and they are aware that actually this activity or this global movement has been spurred around the world. And as I mentioned yesterday, that Thailand, we are producing car not only for our domestic use, but also we have to find a market outside Thailand as well. Next, please. So this will give a good forum for sharing. And second one is actually very, very nice because we try to coordinate with also the effort with the BAQ. BAQ is very air quality, and then they have a very nice setup with many parallel meeting, not only in our EPIC workshop as well as also the main BAQ, and also as well as I think on the lower right corner, there's actually our GAZ also putting effort. I think it's some of the participants in this room also joined that one. And in this one, we actually trying to influence and also help our colleagues from Malaysia, trying to, at that time, they also trying to work on to get the policymaker to realize this low-hanging fruit issue on the fuel economy initiative as well. So you can see that I think the lower left corner, we got a good participation, from this, because we are running in parallel with the big BAQ meeting. As well as also our partner at the time is MAI, Malaysian Automotive Institute, but now they changed the name to MAI by adding the robotic one. And if you look at the last row, the middle column, we actually have some press release. This is really my first time to appear in some other country newspaper that they are trying to actually put forth the momentum to get the attention from the policymaker about this benefit that could be harnessed by actually designing a proper fuel economy policy so that they can get a benefit for the public use. Next, please. So with that, now going back with my responsibility, similar to Dr. Kiem in Vietnam, but responsible in Thailand regarding this mainstreaming electric mobility on 2- and 3-wheelers. And this is of course part of the UNEP project, the big one that has been focusing in the 6th country. I think we call 6 developing and transitional country. Actually, we learned also a lot from our friends from Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and others areas as well. And we try to see what can be learned, among this global south, like what we've been talking yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and so that we can actually trying to put forth this one. And for Thailand, we actually have 4 commitments for this project that we have been talking to Bird of UNEP and also many other people. So we try to set up a group advisory to spearhead the development of the policy on this transition to electric mobility in Thailand. So with that case, and think we also fortunate enough to be able to link up with our national authority, Thailand Industrial Standard Institute, by putting our contribution, from the UNEP project into this National Technical Committee on Electric 2-wheeler Standard, which I'll talk about a bit later in detail. And also for the second one, we also, like what Dr. Kim did explain very nicely, establish the baseline. Similarly, we had to do a lot of survey, data gathering, cross-checking to make sure that when we present the data, it's reliable, not just something that we make up so that the policymaker can question what is the benefit that coming from our calculation. So we refer to the LEAP modeling that has been, I think, using quite a bit around the world. And third is actually coming from the result from the first one, when we attaching our contribution from the UNEP project to the national committee, then we actually successfully push forward the standard, the national standard battery swapping for electric 2-wheelers. And last, also we have just successfully launched it earlier this year, is also how to design for the second phase of the demonstration that has been, I think, carry on in Philippines already, and also in Thailand. We just get the paperwork and things done a few months ago, just last month, and then we will have it ongoing maybe this month or next month for a year. Next, please. So this is what I showed you yesterday already. So maybe I can spend a bit more time to explain. If you look in the upper right corner, what we can see on the screen here, we actually have to monitor all kind of the vehicle in Thailand. As I showed you last yesterday, that we have many of the 2-wheeler, 3-wheelers, bus, truck, different kind of sedan. How big is a car? Mid-size, D segment, C segment, eco car, those kind of things. And we have to categorize those, and then we can map the history of this vehicle registration in Thailand. So if you look in the upper right corner, they just pick the two example of 2 and 3-wheeler because we are focusing on this in this project. So you can see that it's a bit tiny for the legend, but basically we have about 20 million motorcycle, not as much as in Indonesia. That's what you some of the comment yesterday, right? So basically those most of the motorcycle are still running on actually gasoline or petrol. You can see that we have a legend for different kind of different proportion energy, but mainly on the gasoline at the moment. But of course, we're going to change it soon because this is accumulated, the new vehicle coming to fleet. We have now about 1,000 of electric motorcycle in Thailand. And you look in the right below that, the graph that is showing the 3-wheelers in Thailand. We don't have that much 3-wheeler. We only have about 23,000 units in Thailand. And those 3-wheeler is mainly, you can see that running on LPG. That's you can see the green label, and the portion that running on petrol is decreasing because of I think in Thailand, the petroleum price is actually somehow subsidized, but the level of subsidy on LPG on transportation has been reducing, but the subsidy on LPG in household sector are still maintained because of the priority. And you can see the purple region is actually compressed natural gas that we have in Thailand. So that's the main fuel or energy that's used, but we don't have much luck yet in terms of the electric 3-wheelers in Thailand because a certain regulation need to be modified, and we have been pushing, not only under the this unit project, but also I'm a committee and founding member of the Electric Vehicle Association of Thailand. So we have been trying to push forward this regulation so that we can accommodate electric 3-wheelers more and more. And if you look a bit on the left, the graph on the top, then that's basically how much of the vehicle that I mentioned. You can see that you have trucks, bus, 3-wheeler, taxi, pickup, and those are actually increasing in terms of the number over the past almost 15 years that we have been documented and also fitting the data in the history. And you can see that the motorcycle is actually on top of that, is also increasing as well. Now, for those vehicle ownership model, we can fit that into, person parameter like GDP per capita, and also we're using the logic vehicle ownership model that you show on the table on the lower left-hand side. Then we can actually project that, the number of vehicle that maybe will be growth in the next, 10, 20 years to in line with our national energy policy, to be in line with our carbon neutrality commitment, or even in line with the 2030 goals for the sustainable development target for NDC target. And that's, we can get the graph on the lower right corner just to show basically that how much of the energy has been using and how much CO2 will be emitted from the transportation sector. And once we can get the baseline on this one, then we can go and do the scenario on how much benefit of the CO2 reduction the country can have by replacing those, with the electric mobility in Thailand. Next, please. And this is also the same slide I showed yesterday, but today I have a bit more time to explain. So this is basically, we are partnering with the Electric Generating Authority of Thailand, which is a state enterprise. The main function is to create or to generate electricity for Thailand, for the whole Thailand. And basically, of course, we know that if we use electric mobility and our power or our electricity is still producing from, coal or from other sources that still emit CO2, then it won't answer the question, throughout the whole loop. So that's why in EGAT, in short, they also realize this importance, and they would like to promoting the electric mobility as well. So that they are actually, if you look in the graph on the lower left corner, this is actually the project that we are helping with the EGAT along under the unit project by trying to help them monitoring how we can assess the benefit of using electric 2-wheelers. So in the graph, you can see on the red is basically ECAT has been launching the 51 e-bike. They have also partnered with the Chinese brand, which happened to be Telji. Yeah, and was a coincidence, which is Telji is a global partner with the UNEP as well. So it makes things a bit easier and also very nice to work with. And with that 51 ECAT e-bike, then you can see the map of Thailand. They have distributed to be used within the ECAT premises, mainly, generating power plant, hydropower, those kind of things. And we help them tracking, the replacement of the ICE motorcycle by this electric motorcycle. And that's why my staff is under the lower left corner picture is doing the monitoring by we just building some of the simple sensors so that we know how much they use every day and try to monitor in terms of the CO2 reduction by using this electric motorcycle instead of the ICE motorcycle. And with that, also next slide, please. So this is some of the ECAT activity that we are also helping them. Because they're in charge of all the electricity generation. So they have a scheme of number 5. This label 5 is under also the energy efficiency for electric appliance in the household. I think you may have a similar labeling in your country as well, but they actually have been rated, like light bulb, rice cooker, air condition, ion, those kind of things that consume a lot of the energy, the electricity. Then we have this rating, and this rating is actually help in terms of the as a labeling, like vehicle labeling scheme, so that the consumer know that which of the fan, which of the aircon to buy, in order to reduce the electricity bill every month. And that they extended this scheme toward electric motorcycle as well. So now we have a labeling, not only the eco sticker and vehicle fuel economy, but we have this one is rating on the efficiency of the electric motorcycle as well. So in this one, you can see these are all the brand of this electric motorcycle, both local in Thailand and also in Chinese brand, other brand that are actually participating in this, and they also get the labeling for the customer selection. And next, please. So we have about 20 that apply. And not only that, I think in terms of electric motorcycle, and then they have a classification of UN 100, then you can level categorize in terms of L1E, L1AB, L3E, and those kind of things, so that we can find a range of this labeling. And this labeling is not static, it's dynamic, because they have to survey all those market all those product in the market. So we using this HEP scheme, so high energy performance standard, so that once the industry actually moving along with the better efficiency, then this labeling will adjust themselves in order to make sure that the top 20 leading brand get the benefit of this labeling that put forth by the state enterprise. Next, please. And also this is one also I just mentioned, they just have 51 e-bike, and the reason why it's 51 because they just turned 51 years old last year, so that's why they have 51 electric motorcycles scattered around, and that's why we helping them in terms of checking and make sure maintaining, because when the user using electric motorcycle, it's not like the gasoline motorcycle, so there are certain precautions, certain maintenance that they have to do. Of course, it's not that difficult, but they have to be trained properly so that they can use the electric motorcycle more efficiently. Next, please. And also this is the one that I mentioned that I was involved in, also the national standard for battery swapping. And this is also has been launched last year. This is the Thai year 2064. So this is basically, we have just a draft one, like I mentioned yesterday. So this is just to ensure that there are certain guidelines to be followed. And this guideline is actually coming from our survey on the current electric motorcycle battery in the market, so that we are not eschewing the standard which nobody can fit or nobody will comply to. So at least we have a very flexible one, and it's not mandatory, it's optional, so that once we have these with the connector and things like that, then people will start to at least work toward this kind of framework for the standard. Next, please. And also in our research institute, also we got another national project that leading by my co-worker, Dr. Pimpa, is looking at how to enhance this standard and make sure that we have the battery swapping platform for electric two-wheelers. So we are working, with research institution, university, and also private sector, not only on the battery itself, but also with the motorcycle. So right now, the project is about 2 years. So we are halfway through, and we have been a draft prototype of this swappable battery with connector, as well as also the station platform, and also with the application, so that we can access online, because we have to know, similar to Kokoro in Taiwan or other brand in China, that how to know where they have the electric swapping, and also we have to find out the business model for them, so that they can at least be doable in terms of the user friendly, in terms of the cost, and also the saving. And also there's a website, if anyone have interested, you can go in there. Next, please. And this is in more detail. So you can see that this is monitoring, and also we can calculate how much energy has been used per month or per electric vehicle, electric motorcycle. And also we can also train them on how to actually install this data locker in there. Next, please. And this is the last one I mentioned yesterday, that just on May 5th, then we have this cooperation on the upper left corner. So with the TLG company CEO that joined online, and on the stage that you can see that they have the Stallion, which is the local electric motorcycle partner with TLG. We have the representative from the UNEP in Bangkok, and Bird is there, and we have also the ECAT, which is the main, our partner since phase 1 to push forward this electric two-wheeler mobility. And also we get quite a bit of press, because it's still the very hot issue that to be looking after in Thailand, because the oil price that we know is rising a lot. So by changing from gasoline motorcycle to electric motorcycle, they actually save some money for the rider. Next, please. That's it. Thank you very much. So if you have any question, then happy to take it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Raymond Abbott. Raymond is transport specialist at the Clean Air Asia initiative. So he's going to be talking about the communication products that they develop.
So hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Raymond, and I'm here to talk about the communications products for the Asia Pacific region. So before I go into detail with the communications products, I'd just like to give an overview of our organization, Clean Air Asia. And Clean Air Asia is an international NGO that is established by the Asian Development Bank, World Bank, and USAID in 2001. And since 2007, we have been operating as an independent nonprofit organization. So its headquarters is in Manila, Philippines, and it has offices in Beijing and New Delhi. Now, the vision of Clean Air Asia is Asia without air pollution. And we want to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions in Asia. We work with various stakeholders following these 3 pillars, which is to inform action, build capacity, and guide policy development and implementation. Next slide, please. So for the project, and to sustain the initiatives of the Global Fuel Economy Initiative, we have been partnering with several countries, and I will go through the country partners that we've had for this project. Next slide. So in the GFEI project, we are helping various countries, mostly to develop their fuel economy baseline. So we have worked with 4 countries in the Asia Pacific, so which is Philippines, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Malaysia, and Myanmar. So that's 5 countries through our work with GFI. And basically in the fuel economy baseline development, just as in our previous discussions yesterday and this morning, we want to understand how efficient are the fleets, what are the current policies for each country that we are working with, and what are the policies that are suitable in the local context. Next slide, please. So after developing or after working with our country partners, we want to help them and guide them in introducing various fuel economy policies after developing their fuel economy baseline. And to begin with, it is important to establish the target wherein where the fuel economy will be in that country in the near future. And then from there, we wish to guide them in identifying their policies and the different impacts of these policy measures. So for example, in the Philippines, in my home country, the organization has been assisting its Department of Energy and key stakeholders on the labeling program in 3 main areas. So one is the drafting of the implementing rules and regulations to be developed. Second is guiding them in the consultation meetings and looking for resource people for sharing of information. And the third is the development of a website wherein results of fuel economy run are shared and the ratings of manufacturers would be reflected on a fuel economy website. And in other countries such as Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Cambodia, we have collaborated with national level agencies to do and understand their vehicle fleet characteristics and evaluate certain policies that would be applicable in their context. So in order to sustain the work even after the project has completed, our organization is keen on developing communication products that are designed to engage different audiences and maintain awarenesses on the relevance of progress on fuel economy programs. So we have identified 3 main target audiences. The first is the national or subnational government, wherein our products, the communication products, would be more informative with the goal of building their capacity and raise awareness and certainly to motivate policy action. The second one is the private sector, because we want also to raise their awareness and generate their interest and support in the outlook of policy changes. So I think in yesterday's session, there was a question about the role of vehicle manufacturers in developing the policy. So our communication products should also target them so that we could encourage them to be on board and be part of the discussion in developing certain policies. The third is we design our products for the general public, mainly to promote awareness and influence behavior. So we do this through various communication activities, such as webinars, and more recently, we are also developing our own set of infographics. Next slide, please. So we can summarize our comm products for these activities into 3 main outputs. The first one is we have a wide range of publications and infographics that covers the outputs of our fuel economy baseline reports and e-mobility in the Philippines. Of course, we intend to share these reports, especially to our policymakers for our partner countries. And our infographics are also there so that the information could also be easily disseminated to our partners. Second, here in the middle, we also developed a supporting the Asia Pacific webinar series on fuel economy. The webinars are arranged in sequential order, where our guests would learn on fuel economy, baseline development, and while the next 2 webinars here focus on relevant policies that could improve the average fuel economy of their respective vehicle fleets. So just last week, we just finished our second webinar, which is on vehicle fuel economy labeling and energy efficiency policies. And by the end of the month, we will have our third webinar on vehicle standards and fuel quality policies. So these webinars are arranged in the hopes that the discussions on policy development would continue even after the program. And then finally, we also have our articles that discuss the progresses of our organization in terms of our project with UNEP. Some of the articles here discuss the talking points of the webinars and what have been the interesting points that were raised for future discussion. Next, please. Sorry, but can we go back? Yeah, the important thing about in developing these products is that the key messages should be properly sent depending on who we are working with. So for policymakers, the messaging should be clear and somehow motivating for them to engage and create policies. And it would be different when our products would be targeting private sector and also the individuals. So to help us in our work, we have been working with our own communication team in our organization to ensure that our products would be easily understood and consumed by our intended audience. I remember in the previous session a while ago, wherein if it's an academic that is disseminating the information, it's like talking to space. I'm an academic myself, and I realized that it's a challenge to actually share these information in a way that it will encourage and not just provide information, but also inspire them to make proactive steps. And as Noong talked about, also we also have a better air quality conference every 2 years, and we're planning to hold one next year. So we intend also to disseminate our works on fuel economy there. So there's a continuation even after the end of the project. Next slide, please. So what you have now on your screen is essentially a list of our interventions and products. So this gives a snapshot of what kind of product that we are planning to put out, the subject matter and activities. And it also shows, there is no timeline there, but from this chart, you can see that there's a lot more to be done. And as we have heard yesterday and earlier in other regions, we need to focus on certain priority topics so we can ride on the momentum and priorities of the decision makers we are working with. So in a nutshell, the products would focus on 4 items. First is the fuel economy baseline development. And then we zoom in on energy efficiency policies and vehicle fuel economy labeling. And then, as I've said a while ago, we shift towards emission standards and equivalent fuel specifications. And of course, at the end, we have electric mobility. So as I've mentioned a while ago, I've highlighted 3 different formats, but I also like to take the opportunity to share what we plan for the videos and what we're working with for the videos. So the videos are good as we can highlight the stakeholders that we have already worked with, and so that these videos and their outputs could be shared, especially in social media. So we'd also like to capitalize the social media dissemination as it has a wider audience targets. Next slide, please. So in the end, it is important to note that communication products are not merely just for summarizing what was done or the data that we have collected, but it is meant to ensure that our ideas and actions could be formulated from reading these communication products. So in the beginning, I've mentioned that our organization is guided by our 3 pillars. The first is informing for action. The second is capacity building, and the third is policy guidance. So these pillars have been our guidance in developing our communication products, so that when actions are taken, the outcomes will be still there even after 1 to 2 years after the project has closed. And that is the reality that we face right now. And it's also one of the challenges. How do we sustain the work even the project is already closed or almost closing? So in pursuing interventions, we also pursue outreach to key decision makers in different countries to identify training needs, win people to join and follow us in the discussions who can help us disseminate and cascade learning opportunities. So in some of our webinars, we have invited some of the key speakers that were already here and that we've already heard from yesterday and this morning. So these serve as a good opportunity for peer-to-peer exchange and sharing their experiences, so that those who are interested in pursuing fuel economy work will be encouraged and inspired to pursue their own. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raymond. So with this, we finished the presentation that we had for today, and I would like to know if somebody has any question for the last two presentations. Somebody online has any question? I actually have a kind of quick.
Can I ask
You
a
have a question?
Yeah, sure.
Good, sure. Go.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, first of all. My question is for Professor Wu. Most of the results and research that you show during your presentation, you use it for propose some kind of draft of regulations. I would like to know more about how to move from research to regulations. Due to, in this case, you have to involve a lot people from government. So how to jump, for example, from something that is very specific in terms of academic and research to regulations.
Okay, thank you for the very good question. But I think if I answer the fully comprehensively the answers, I think it is very difficult for us. But the reason, the reserve reason from ours, we think we step by step to submit to the authorities and the government step by step, and you know that we are the universities, so that we have some relationships with not only the training organization, but also the enterprise, and also some authorities and some ministries, so that when we but you the results of the research want to put in the field in the life is of course a difficulty, but we have to do it by step. Yes, and actually, like I told, I presented before. The very we also have one project that the Prime Minister used it to get to develop a decision that for the in-use vehicles in Vietnam right now. Yeah. So and other reasons of the projects, I think we have to step by step to approach the authorities like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There is another question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Of course, the first one was more or less similar to what my colleague has already asked, because really you can do a number of research work, but now to have that to change government policy is also another thing. So I also wanted to check the linkage between the research as well as how are they contributing to change of government policy. But the other one was on the vehicle volumes. I guess indicated that the growth rate for passenger vehicles is at 8.6%, and then for freight is around 9.6%. But the targets are like, these are the growth. So to me, I still think these are cumulative growth, those growth from adding to another growth. But the indications are they are going to have a zero emission by 2050. So I wanted to check whether they have within the growth where the e-vehicles, they present for the e-vehicles, the growth rate of the vehicles going forward. Similarly, he talked of the average fuel consumption per 100 kilometer. It was at 8.3, and they have managed to go up to 7.44. So looking at the changes, to me, I see that maybe by 2050, I don't know whether it would be possible to achieve the indicated target, but maybe looking at the actual growth rates of the e-vehicles might explain more. Thank you.
The question is for him too?
For my, yeah. I I get your ideas. So that's difficult for our country right now. So you know that in the Vietnamese prime ministers committed in the Glasgow conference. We committed that we will aim at to the zero emissions 2050. But up to now, in Vietnam, we don't have the roadmaps for the transition from the internal combustion engine to the electric vehicles, so that somehow conflicts. But you know that the results of our research is up to 2017 for the light vehicle duty vehicles, just only 7.44. So that I think we have many much to be done in the future. in the futures, not only the vehicles, but also the upgrade the raise awareness, education, and change the model. The model vehicles, transport models, and use the cleaner fuel, etc. Step by step. Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess we have time for another more question. Yes. Thank you. From the two presentations, I learned they are mainly talking of 2- and 3-wheelers. Wasn't any study on 4-wheelers, particularly cars and buses? Because I don't know whether it is not a priority in Thailand and Vietnam, because we in Nigeria, in e-mobility, starting mainly with the 4-wheelers, particularly city buses and cars. So is there any study on the 4-wheelers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think yesterday I talked a bit about also 4-wheeler as well, regarding how we can quantify the benefit that if we imposing the fuel economy regulation, like for example, we tie that into how we levy the excise tax, then we actually see the natural improvement from the automotive industry by making the product better so that they can go with the lower excise tax, and then that will become cheaper to the customer, and then therefore the sales will go up, and eventually the net, well, I would say profit will justify the investment in terms of the technology, which are not, I think, very expensive. I think we've seen already one of the report by ICCT that they also do the the cost curve for all the very technology that to improve the fuel economy. So it's not just it's expensive at the moment. It's just that they don't need to do it. So that's why I think in Thailand, like I mentioned yesterday, the merit of pushing forward this is that the company, they are making this car to sell elsewhere. But why not they make it and sell it for the benefit of the local people too? I think that's the story that I can share. And in terms of, I think the bus, I think as I mentioned yesterday already, that in Indonesia, there's a lot of study by looking at the electric transition. And also we learned from Sebastian yesterday as well about I think very nice financial model regarding how to make the electric bus sustainable by themselves without much subsidy.
Thank you for your answer. So I guess with this, we finish the session in this morning. I would like to thank all the presenters from the Africa and Asia Pacific regions. Very interesting presentations, very illustrative work that they have been doing in this region. So with this, we can go for lunch, and we will be here at 2 p.m. again. Thank you very much for your attention.
Maybe just to mention that the vouchers, you'll get the vouchers also for the lunch. It will be upstairs. And thank you, June has booked. There's a room just behind the TV room at the cafeteria. There's a room that you can actually, is reserved, has some tables. So if you'd like to sit in there, please feel free, or feel free to sit as you sat yesterday in a place, and see you at 2. Thank you.
Marcelo, can you hear us? Marcelo, ¿nos escuchas?
Sí, te escucho.
Súper. Empezamos, yo creo que por ahí en 5 minutos. Bueno.
Ok, uy, qué moderador. Hola.
Can you close this one?
Aló, Felipe. Ya, gracias.
Climate
So good afternoon for everyone. We hope you have enjoyed your lunch. And continuing with the agenda for today, we will have the session for Latin American and the Caribbean. We will have 4 speakers. One is Marcelo Fernandez from the Centro de Movilidad Sostenible or Sustainable Mobility Center in Chile. He will connect remotely. And also here on the table, we have Alexandra Arias from the Energy Efficiency Center in the Central American Integration System. We have Juan Esteban Tibaquirá, a professor of the Mechanical Engineering faculty in Universidad Tecnológica de Pereira. And also here at my left side is Juan Camilo Lopez. He's a full-time professor and researcher in the same university, the Universidad Tecnológica de Pereira. So thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. And I would like to give the word to Marcelo Fernandez. He will present the topic Energy Efficiency Law and Fuel Economy Labeling. And Marcelo, as I said before, he's virtually. So Marcelo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you very much. I can share the screen.
Sure.
Please, let me.
I think you are able to share right now. Yeah, can you put it in the presentation mode?
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see. Please go ahead, Marcel.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Here is the morning. It's 7 a.m. I will talk about the regional experiences in fuel efficiency. To begin with, I would like to briefly I will like to briefly review the type of public policy that can be used to reduce the consumption in the transport sector, keeping in mind the objective of global fuel economy, that is double global fuel economy of the new vehicles by 2030. In the table, you can see a summary of the main public policies that can be used in order to reduce the energy consumption in the transport sector. In the first level, we find measures of the type information and training, like energy consumption labeling or eco-driving programs. In the second level, we can find policies that require greater efforts for their correct implementation, such as fiscal policy, taxes based on CO2, for instance, or fuel taxes, like this. And at the third level, we find the policies such as energy efficiency standards, which require for the implementations, for instance, detailed information on efficiency levels by brand and model, technical capabilities, and also many times require a complex negotiation process with the regulated sector. Now I want to show you a brief summary of the regional context, highlighting the countries that have implemented some type of fiscal policies, such as those mentioned. I will talk a little bit about Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, Uruguay, and Colombia. In the case of Argentina, they have informative labeling first stage since 2017. The informative labeling is on new vehicles, N1 and N1 categories, CO2 emissions in grams per kilometer, and performance in urban, extra-urban, and mixed cycles. In a second stage, starting this year, 2022, the labeling is comparative on new vehicles, include CO2 emissions and performance. They also have some intelligent program transportation since 2016. This is a volunteer program for transport companies and related actors to promote energy efficient strategies. In Brazil, we can find the ROTA program 2030 is a tax incentive program to promote research and development on the energy efficiency and safety issues in the automotive market. It's oriented to companies that produce light and heavy vehicles. It's a guideline to promote energy efficiency and security, investment in research and development. And the requirement since this year is the labeling that is volunteer since 2007, energy efficiency and security, and research and development. The incentives goes to the reduction of corporate taxes. 30% of spending on research and development is the research and development is at the basic level, and can be 15 until a maximum of 45% if research and development is an advanced level. In the case of Mexico, they have some regulation that is valid until the 2016, but have some but extensions have been made in the last years. CO2 emission goals by model, light vehicles, less than 3.8 tons. Credit system incorporate highly efficient technologies, use of efficient air conditioning systems, technological penetration. The project was updated in the year 2018, but still is not resolved. And also they have some agreement with the Mexican automotive industry. The industry provide information on the energy performance of its model. The CONU, to maintain a public database at point of sale to inform the users of the vehicles. Ecuador and Uruguay has the same approach today. They have informative labeling. The resolution is 2021. Energy efficiency, motor vehicles categories M1 and N1. The labeling, the standard established the requirements for the fuel economy labeling for new category motor vehicles with an internal combustion engine, pure electric vehicles, hybrid electric, and with or without external recharging and hydrogen fuel cells vehicles. They use the test method NEDC regulation and accepts the European, Euro, and American EPA emission regulations. It's the same that Uruguay approach, informative labeling. And the last one that I want to talk about is Colombia. Colombia currently is working on a fuel economy standard and fuel economy labeling for light duty vehicles and medium duty vehicles. The public consultation of the energy efficiency standard will take place in the second half of this year. The Centro Mario Molina is working with the government of Colombia on that standard. As a summary, of the regional context, we can say the following. There is a significant gap in the region between countries that regulate and do not regulate vehicular CO2. The majority of the countries do not require vehicles produced or imported into the country to declare CO2 emissions. Without this requirement, certain measures can be adopted that favor more efficient technology, for instance, electric vehicles, but it's impossible to assess the impact of reducing emissions in the sector. The main conclusion is that the region has a huge challenge to improve energy efficiency in the transport sector. This is even more difficult in a context which the largest countries, which are also vehicle manufacturers like Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, even Colombia, they have not yet set such a strong goals to improve the efficiency of the new vehicles. Considering the regional context, the Chilean experience is relevant for countries that receive technology, not produce technology. This condition gave us, in the case of Chile, the opportunity to approve a standard to double efficiency by 2030. I want to talk about a little bit about this experience because I think it's important for the region. During the last 10 years, Chile has important progress on issues such as energy efficiency and climate change. I want to talk a little bit about the context. We have high levels of pollution, PM 2.5 in the metropolitan region, and we have a discontamination plan since the 1990s. We have advances in the control of transport emissions. Now we're moving to diesel and gasoline 10 ppm and Euro 6 in standard emission standard for light and medium vehicles. We have published last year the energy efficiency law that requires to establish energy efficiency standards in transport. For light vehicles, we have 1 year. For medium vehicles, we have 3 years. And for heavy vehicles, we have 5 years. Also, Chile organized the COP25 the year 2020, and we set standards for 2030 in the NDC. And also, we published the climate change law yesterday. It's a very, very good news for our country. We published the climate change law that permits to the country move to the goal of to be carbon neutral by 2050. During the last 10 years, we made some progress in the implementation of the 3 levels of policies that we mentioned at the beginning. Our first step was the establishment of a mandatory energy efficiency labeling for light and medium vehicles in the year 2013. This labeling was for light vehicles N1 and M1 European, using the European driving cycle. For gasoline, diesel, hybrid, and electric vehicles. The labeling information was CO2 emissions according to the European driving cycle, fuel efficiency, and kilometers per liter according to these regulations. And also we have some website to see all of the brands and models of vehicles, comparative. 2 years later, 2015, we incorporate a tax on new vehicles, which was calculated based on NOx emissions and fuel efficiency, both data from the emission certification process. Here you can see the formula to calculate the tax. include the price of the sale of the vehicle. And the last slide is the first fuel economy standard for light vehicles in Chile. Is the more significant advance in this area. Was published last February, and is the first mandatory standard energy efficiency for new vehicles. It was developed by the Ministries of Environment, Energy, and Transport, working all together. In the graph, you can see the base level of weighted fuel consumption in Chile, that is near to 13 kilometers per liter. It's very poor. And also, you can see the United States in the graph, Japan, and the European Union. And you can see the standard proposed for established for Chile that has 3 levels. The first one starting in 2024, we want to move from 13 to 19 kilometers per liter approx. In 2027, we go to this new value, the new standard, near to 23 kilometers per liters. And the year 2030, we move to near to 29. In the right side, you can see the improve in the fuel economy, 46%, 77%, and 125% compared with the level based the year 2019. This is, I think this is my last slide. I want to say thank you to everyone for pay attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcelo, Thank you very much, Marcelo, for presenting the regional experience on fuel economy labeling. I think we can notice from your presentation that each country have adapted the fuel economy labeling according to their own needs. Maybe just to highlight the experience from Argentina and to Ecuador. And also from your presentation, we can notice that energy efficiency in this case is not only a matter of fuel economy, but also to work complementarily with other programs like air quality and climate change programs. So our next speaker is Juan Esteban Tibaquira from Universidad Tecnológica de Pereira, and Alexandra Arias from the Central American Integration System from the Energy Efficiency Center, and they will present the topic energy efficiency and electric mobility in Latin America. Juan Esteban and Alexandra, the word is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are not so asleep this afternoon. And you want to hear what we are going to talk to you about our region. Okay, our presentation is about energy efficiency and electric mobility in Latin American and the Caribbean region. We are talking about some context that you can know more our region, about energy efficiency, about fuel economy strategies used in our countries, fuel economy regulations, and electric mobility targets for some of our countries. First of all, I want to tell you that we have, as countries, many things in common. For example, most of us, we speak Spanish, but we have also great difference. For example, we have really small countries as also really big countries as Brazil and Argentina. Most of our countries are not fuel producers, but some of them that produce petroleum, they must import gasoline or diesel because they are not producing this type of products. Current fuel prices stagger economic growth as the trade balance leads to greater fuel imports. Then we are mostly importing fuel for our daily life. Country dependence on important fossil fuels creates an economy negative impact. For us, this is really important for many of our countries. Current increase of the vehicle fleet is having a negative impact on health, environment, and climate. We already talked about that, and we have really pollute cities in our Latin American and Caribbean countries. Latin America has a great opportunity in the electrification of our transportation system because most of our electricity comes from renewable energies. For example, we have two countries that produce 100% of the electricity from renewables as Uruguay and Costa Rica. Our region has energy organizations dealing with all the subjects that we are talking here. For example, OLADE and CIER. OLADE is a Latin American energy organization, and CIER is a Latin American integration organization that deal with energy. And in SICA, that we already talked about, SICA is a Central American Integration System. We have a regional sustainable energy strategy that deals with the topic of fuels and the topic of electric vehicles. As a region, we represent only 5% of CO2 emissions from all around the world. We are not contaminating our planet. On average, 31% of CO2 emissions in the region come from transport sector. That's really important. In most of the countries, transport sectors are the emitters. Then we have to work on that just to be more clean. We have the case of Belize, for example, that they emit around 50%, the transport sector emits around 50% of the emissions of the whole country. And in Costa Rica, it represents around 40%. Here, we did a survey some months ago with the energy ministers and environmental authorities, just asking what are their priorities to work with us, with the center, and they say that mobility, sustainable mobility for them is really important. We talked about that yesterday because I think it's a challenge and an opportunity to work on these subjects. Here we have some pictures that the first one is Costa Rica because we have really traffic jams to move, and sometimes without traffic jams, you can take 10 minutes to go from one point to another, but when we are in these traffic jams, it will take 2 hours. The same happen in most of the countries, for example, Guatemala and Honduras. It's difficult to move to one place to another because we have many, many cars. Okay. Just to explain what we feel that energy efficiency is, how we see it from our region, and energy efficiency is to use less energy to produce the same results. It means to reduce the waste of energy, but we want people to do the same, but using less energy. And the benefits of the energy efficiency, reduce pollutants and GHG emissions, reduce the energy consumption. This is really important because we are mainly importers, and is the cheapest and fastest way to reduce the use of fossil fuels. Then we have to do something about it. In Latin America, the average fuel economy is really high. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we use 8.4 liters per 100 kilometers to move a car. Around the world is 7.2, but in GFEI target for some years is 4.4. You can see that we are doubling right now the target proposed. Then now I'm going to give the words to my colleague.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you for the opportunity to be here presenting what we are doing in Latin America. Actually, for us in Colombia, it's very important, this kind of meetings to realize what people is doing around the world and what we are doing in our countries. So taking what Alexandra was saying about the energy efficiency, is very important to notice in this plot, in this figure, that in the transport, one of the most important strategies in the transport to reduce the CO2 emission is the energy efficiency. So we had to be working on that, and also we had to be working in renewable sources of energy and other strategies. But it's very, very, very important to be working on the energy efficiency sector. Here we have the baseline for different countries, including one of our regions. We can see in this region that, in this plot, that, for example, which is in the upper side of in the upper place of the plot is Uruguay. We can see that, for example, Paraguay. We can see that Paraguay is still up in this consumption of fuel, but we can see that other countries in the region, for example, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, and others are in the same path or in the same trend that other countries, reducing the fuel consumption. But what we can see from this plot is that even we are reducing the fuel consumption, we need to increase the trend. We need to increase the slope of these lines, because otherwise we are not going to be able to reach the targets from GFEI. In this slide, we would like to show you how the Colombian market is doing or was doing during the 2019. In this plot over here, you can see the weight of the vehicles in this axis. In the vertical axis, we can see the emissions, and this line is a kind of trend line for different relation between weight and emissions, and the circles represent the manufacturers in Colombia or the dealers. So we can see that we had an important number of vehicles up in this region of high emission of CO2. In this plot, we can see I lost my point. Okay, here it is. In the other one, we can see the kind of same similar plot. We are just plotting weight against emissions of the weight of vehicles by segment. I mean, by segment, we say compact, large SUV, medium, or subcompact. We want to show with this plot that in our country, Colombia, is happening the same that is happening around the world. There is an increasing of the SUV segment. People is getting more and more this kind of vehicles, and this is making that the average of emissions in our country is increasing, as is happening in the world. So we had to also something with that. What is the thing that we had to do? We don't know yet. We had to work with all the stakeholders in order to get what are the best strategies to deal with this phenomenon. As Marcelo showed in the previous presentation, we had many strategies in order to reach the fuel economy targets. The first one is information and training, as fuel economy labeling, efficient driving guides, fuel economy websites for comparison between different vehicles. The second strategies relate with fiscal measures, taxation on CO2 base, depending on how much are you emitting CO2, you can get a fee or abate, fuel taxation, incentives for electric vehicles and infrastructure. And the last one, the fuel economy standards with mandatory standards for light and heavy vehicles, fuel economy tests and certification, and we can also have voluntary programs and green fleets in our countries. In that way, we can see that mainly in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have many countries that already at least have the baseline, but some other countries that has done labeling, but only Chile, Brazil, and Mexico that are working with the standard. So we need to move in that way in the different countries. For example, in Colombia, right now we already have the baseline, but that we don't have a standard regulation yet. As Marcelo mentioned before, we are already working on it, and we are expecting that at least between the end of this year and the beginning of the next year, we had a regulation in that regard. Here we can see how the regional experience in energy efficiency policies. As we had mentioned during those presentations, we had some countries in the informative label strategy. Some of them are just going up to comparative labeling, and some of them, few of them, 3 of them, Chile, Brazil, and Mexico, has already numeric standards. Colombia, we don't have yet a regulation. As I told you, we are working on it, and we expect to have it soon. One of the things that is being said for many people working on these matters is that when you do informative or comparative labeling, you don't have the expect effect in the fuel economy reduction, because most of the times in our countries there is lack of knowledge about what is fuel economy, what are the emissions. As somebody mentioned this morning, our friend from Uganda, people is interested in what is the price of the car, what is the final price, how much they do have to pay for the car. They don't care about what is the cost of the operation of the car based on the fuel. So we see that in that way, countries has to move to different strategies, has to move to the standard strategy. So in that way, we see here what is the general context in our warehouse. The things are changing. Who has a standard? Who doesn't have a standard yet? And I guess the main idea is that we have to move forward to regulations based on numeric standards. So Alexandra is going to continue with the presentation.
We were working on finding a relation between energy efficient framework in each country and the sustainable mobility framework, just to check if there's some coincidence. Here we are going to present information from SICA region, and we found that those countries that has something on energy efficiency also have sustainable mobility framework. In Belize, they have a Land Transportation Authority Act, for example, but they have many things in transportation. For example, National Transport Master Plan, General Transport Sector Strategy, and so on. In Costa Rica, in 1994, they approved the Rational Use of Energy Law, including regulation and norms to implement this law. And we have the electric mobility law that has some incentives to buy electric cars, but also Costa Rica has the decarbonization plan that has some issues on transport. they have seven goals inside the electric, the decarbonization plan, and around 4 of them are on transportation. Nicaragua also has the energy efficiency law and electric mobility program that includes some incentives to acquire an electric car. And Dominican Republic, I'm just telling some of them. You are going to have the presentation, then just to check. They also have the law of energy efficiency and rational use of energy, as well as the national strategy plan for electric mobility. Then we have that most of the countries that have something in energy efficiency also have a framework in sustainable mobility. Latin America has a great opportunity in the electrification of transport because, as I already told you, we produce most of our electricity from renewables. In Costa Rica, for example, we have the law for electric mobility, but because our electricity comes 100% from renewables, using mostly hydropower generation, wind power generation, and geothermal generation, and just a few from solar power. Okay. In this slide, we are presenting the quantity of electric LDV cars are selling in this year in each country. We have El Salvador, for example, that they have a pilot project. These 2 cars by El Salvador is because it's a pilot project of one of the utilities, but countries as Colombia, they have a lot of cars, but it depends also on the population of each country. In Costa Rica, we have introducing many cars, and as well as small bicycles, electrical bicycles, and motorcycles. Okay. Here we have manufacturers all around the world. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we only have 2 countries that produce cars, are Mexico and Brazil. The rest of the countries, we are buying cars, and in some countries as Costa Rica, we used to buy used cars from the US. Then is another issue that we have, because yesterday we were talking about this, the countries that are moving forward electrical vehicles, they are going to send us all the old cars, and then we have to do something about that, because it's important not to receive more contaminant cars. Here, this is e-buses experience in Latin America. Most of them are mini e-buses, and few of them is big articulated buses, but most countries, for example, Chile, we have the information that they have a strong program to change all the fleet, buses fleet to electrical vehicles. In Costa Rica, we have a pilot project. We have 3 electrical buses moving around the cities, and we just to show the people that these technologies are working well, and because we have also to communicate the good reason just to move to another technology.
There is something that we want to emphasize in this presentation is about that the only strategy that we have to improve the fuel economy in our cars is not the vehicle energy efficiency policies. We have to think of avoid and cheap too. Avoid is avoidance and reduction of the use of vehicles. We need to foster this kind of things in our countries. We had to shift to different ways of modes of transport, bike, walking. So if we want just to change our reality in the world. So this is something that has to involve all the time, all the value chains, research and development, production, services, and users, having in account all the governmental tools like law, financial, communication, organizations. So the only way is no energy efficiency policies. We have two other ways to do it, and I guess a combination of all of those three is gonna change our reality. We want to acknowledge all the team that is working with us in our countries. The one up the right is the teamwork that is working with Alexandra in Costa Rica. The other picture shows our group of our research group back in Colombia, in Pereira, Colombia. We had many people working with us in all those issues. We would like to thank UNED for the support for doing this. We would like also to say thank you to the Centro Mario Molina in Chile, which we have been working with them, and we have been learning a lot of the experience in Chile. Thank you very much. We appreciate your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alexandra. Sí. So now we are going to have the presentation from Juan Camilo Lopez. He will present how they can include these results from the GFEI and all the experience that they have during the projects in communication products. So Juan Camilo, the word is yours.
Thank you, Luis Felipe, and thank you everyone for coming here. This is a big opportunity for us for showing what we have developed during the last months. And I would like to talk to you about the communication products we developed for the LAC region. But before, I would like to talk a little bit about us. We work for the Technological University of Pereira, Universidad Tecnológica de Pereira in Spanish, more precisely for the Energética Research Group. We work in several topics such as fuels and combustion, energy and environmental management, renewable energy, vehicles, mobility and transportations, air quality, and HVAC, which is climatization and ventilation. We belong to the mechanical engineering faculty at the university. Please continue. Thank you. And we are located in the city of Pereira, which is a medium city in Colombia. We are located on the coffee region of Colombia, so you are more than welcome to go there and try a very good coffee for our region. And here to the right, you can find. Sorry, can you go back, please? Thank you. And here to the right, I would like to show you the laboratories we have in our research group. At the top, we have the automotive research laboratory, where we conduct several dynamic tests for light duty vehicles. And in the lower part, there is our laboratory for the certification of air conditioning equipment in Colombia. So here a little bit about the organizations we have worked with. We have worked with the Ministries of Environment, of Energy, and of Transportation in Colombia. We also have developed several works with the UNEP program, but also with the CCAC and several institutions related to the work about vehicles, transportation, and energy in our region. So just to go to the point about regarding the communication products, the objective of developing these products is to building capacity on cleaner and more efficient vehicles for Latin America and the Caribbean. So one question we want to solve is how to reach different public and increase the awareness on this topic on our region. So we understood that the people understand or catch up the information in a different way. So we have to develop several products that aim to go and to reach several stakeholders, such as civil organizations, social organizations too, but also the decision and policy makers of our region, but also to the academia. So we discussed a lot with several institutions like Clean Air Asia, the UN UNEP program, and how to develop these communication products. And we found, I guess, a good strategy to reach this public, this target public. So we try to cover 8 main topics for our region, which are the fuel economy labeling, heavy duty vehicles, vehicle energy efficiency policies, baseline setting and updating, electric mobility, used vehicles, vehicle emission standards, fuel quality and type approval systems, and finally sustainable transport. And we try to abroad these topics considering 4 points of views, such as technology, policies, where we want to discuss about the requirements or what is needed for developing several policies regarding all these topics, but also the perspectives and projections that Latin American countries and the Caribbean has as a region, and some study cases when we want to also show some experiences of our countries, and also some advantages, opportunities, but also barriers that we have to face as a region. So we developed also 8 is like a magic number for us, 8 types of products. First of all, articles. Second, fact sheets, infographics, podcast series, webinar series, video presentations, animated videos, and finally a photo bank with photos related to these topics. However, I would like to highlight that the podcast, webinars, a video presentation series that we developed, we build that with collaboration of international or regional stakeholders, because we want to also know the experience from different points of views and different experiences of different organizations that are working currently on these topics in our region. So I would like to show you some examples regarding the article. We want to show in a more detailed way the information, the experiences of our region in the topics I present before. For example, regarding electric mobility, we would like to highlight how is the current electric vehicle trade in our region, and highlight what are those countries that are leading this process in our region, what has been their barriers, and also what advices can those countries give us for the other countries in order to advance in this topic. Please. For the infographics, we would like also to show in a brief way relevant information for these topics. In this case, as an example, showing how is the baseline setting and updating process in our countries, and what of those has used that baseline for developing policies on energy efficiency, and what countries are also still pendant for developing this baseline. And regarding used vehicles, we also would like to show, for example, how is the used vehicles trade and market in our countries, in our regions. Regarding the fact sheets, it is like the middle between articles and infographics. We also would like to, we also try to show several different points of view regarding these topics. And for example, here regarding sustainable transport, we also would like to highlight the effect that the COVID-19 has over our transportation systems in our cities. And here I would like to highlight too that in countries such as Bogota, Buenos Aires, Cuenca, Lima, and Ciudad de Mexico, the COVID-19 promoted the use of vehicles as a counterpart of this phenomenon. We also developed a podcast series. For this, we count with the help of journalists, of a local journalist of our city. And we try to do this with a journalist because we also wanted to reach several different kind of people, different organizations, and try to be more attractive for the civil and organization, for the civil and social organizations. For the developing of the webinars, we had the support of experts from the international and regional context. We streamed these webinars in collaboration with the network called Relieve, which is a network that works in Latin America in topics related with energy and vehicles. So we use that space in order to stream our webinar series. It was an 8-chapter webinar series, and we have around 100 people assisting these webinars, more or less. Yeah, and I guess it was a very good experience because we have also a Q&A live sessions when we could discuss about relevant topics for the LAC region. In the video, for the video presentations, we also we tried to film like a presentations of experts considering other topics, but linked to our main focus. For example, here we would like to show the experience or the presentation of an expert of Ecopetrol, which is the Colombian petroleum company, and they was talking there about the Colombian context, about the gasoline quality and what experience is for the country, and also what are the next steps for improving the fuel quality in our country. We also developed several animated videos where we use like animation for introducing a topic and showing the most important points of such as like in a history, in order to catch up the attention of the public, of the target public. Please go ahead. And finally, as a strategy for dissemination and promotion, we upload the podcast series in platforms such as Spotify in order to reach more people. Continue, please. Our webinars, video presentations, and animated videos are also published in our YouTube channel. Further, I would like to show you a few examples of these two products, the podcast and the webinar series. But also, I would like to invite you to follow us and to see this material we developed for our region. Important to say that most of this material was developed in Spanish because, as Alexandra said, we are mainly Spanish, we mainly talk in Spanish, so we need to catch the attention of our regional public. So, please. Finally, the articles, fact sheets, and this readable material will be published in the UNEP. We propose to publish that in the UNEP website, but also in several websites of our colleagues and different stakeholders and experts of the region. And finally, as a final strategy for dissemination, we also propose to develop a MOOC, which is a massive open online course. When all this material is collected and used for create like a learning process for different targeted audience. So the idea is to the technicians that are involved with the policy and decision makers of our governments can take this material in order to train themselves and has this available information for the near future. So this is an example of how the MOOC is looking like. So we are finishing all this process just to make more attractive for the public. Yeah. Finally, I would like to acknowledge of the organizations that support us and that help us with the development of these products. Just to just to dimension the work we develop here, all these organizations support us with the development of the podcast, webinar, and video presentation series. So thanks, I would like to thank them too. And our working group in our university, which Juan Esteban showed earlier. Yeah. Before finishing, I would like also to show you a little part of a webinar and the podcast we developed as communication products. So this is sorry. Okay, this is working.
And Clean Air Coalition, Partnership for Clean Fuels and Vehicles, Red Latinoamericana de Investigación en Energía y Vehículos, something like Research Network for Energy and Vehicles in Latin America, FIA Foundation. All these entities are partners for Latin America and Caribbean in projects
for the region on all of these areas of work. And that will be also a benefit and support to the various countries and key stakeholders. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for that introduction. I'm now going to share my screen.
Okay, this is a short example of our webinar series we developed, but also I would like to show you too the podcast. So please play again, play here.
La línea base de consumo de combustible puede ser utilizada para establecer el punto cero, la zona de partida de cualquier proyecto de eficiencia energética de vehículos. Actualmente en América Latina y el Caribe, todos los países cuentan con una herramienta que permite planificar las decisiones sobre eficiencia energética.
Okay, as you can hear, it is in Spanish, but the podcast is called En Reserva. And we try to make emphasis on, or try to link this idea with the fuel consumption of a vehicle, right? So this is our presentations. Thanks for your attention. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camilo, also for encouraging us to learn Spanish a little bit in this session. And I just want to confirm with you that some of the materials are in English. Yeah. For example, the used vehicles materials that are a common topic for countries in Latin America and in Africa, it's in English.
Yeah, we also supported the translation of some materials related to used vehicles in order to reach some countries in the Caribbean region, mainly because they talk in English. So we also develop few of our products in English for reaching them too.
Thank you, Juan Camilo. So we have time for one question, and I would like to ask to our public if you have any comment or question about the energy efficiency law or maybe fuel economy labeling scheme in Latin America or electromobility or something related with the communication products. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Many thanks to the presenters of today. It's good to hear what is being done in Latin America. Yeah, actually, I have one question which is linked, especially in what we normally observe in our part of the world. One of the issues that we are seeing is linked with the fear of the general population for the uptaking of electric vehicles, because there is no, the technology is still new. Again, with much evolution and uncertainties, whereby which leads to many people not wanting to take risks linked to it, because there's a possibility that you can buy an electric vehicle without much capacity in the country, and then you end up having an idle asset at your disposal. So in Latin America, do you still face this issue, or you have already, the general public knows that there is a capacity all along in your countries that uptaking or acquiring an electric vehicle is no longer an issue? That is one. Then for the last presenter, it's good that you have this number of researches that you are doing. But if I'm not mistaken, I saw that you have a number of communication tools communicating to decision makers, technician, automobile staff, and so forth. Are you also targeting the general public about this issue of, electric mobility is the way to go? It's good. There is a capacity all along here. There's no worries for the uptake of the vehicles. Those are two of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to answer the first question. Thank you very much for that. I would like to say that what is happening, for example, right now in Colombia, is that we don't have too many electric vehicles yet, because we don't have the infrastructure for charging yet. We are just building it. That's going to take some time in order to get the infrastructure. So the other thing is that the prices of the electric vehicles back in Colombia are really expensive. So as I told you in my presentation, one of the first thing that the people is thinking when it's going to buy a car is the price. They don't think about the fuel economy too much. So because of that, there are still few electric vehicles in our region. But as we presented to, our governments are just moving forward in that kind of regulation to foster that kind of implementation of electric vehicles. Alexandra is gonna tell us about her story with her electric vehicle back in Costa Rica.
Yeah, since 2015, I got an electric vehicle in my country because the law permit us not pay taxes to get it. Then I bought my car, and I bought a Nissan Leaf, but the autonomy was not so great. Then I moved in the city, but there's an organization working with electrical vehicles. There's an association. I am associated to this organization, and then support us just to not be afraid of being pioneer, having an electric car, because they give capacity building to some experts. Then when I have a problem with my car, I go to the agency, or I go to this expert that we have inside the association. So it was easy for me to have the car. I changed the car this year because I wanted more autonomy. I wanted to move to visit some beaches. We have nice places to visit, and with the other car, I couldn't not go to visit these places. So immediately I got the car, the new one. I put a picture in the presentation. Immediately I got that car, I went to a beach for 3 days just to check how the car is working. The autonomy is more than 400 kilometers. Then I could move all around my country because this is a small country. But with the other one, it has around 150 kilometers, then it was not easy to move. And also because the charger was not, it has no rapid charger. Then I had to wait 4 hours just to charge the battery. But with the new one, the battery is big, but I can charge it in 2 hours. Then I think it's a good experience. We have inside the association, we make together how to call paseos?
Trips.
Trips, yeah, we do trips together, several electric cars, just to show the people in different cities that is a technology that works well. Thank you.
For me, thank you for your answer. I would like before to make a remark on what Juan Esteban and Alexandro said. And other reality we are facing in our countries is that we as a region have very specific geographical conditions. Our roads are very hilly, and also they are not in the best conditions possible. So there are several myths into the common people, into the civil society, that the electric vehicle may not reach the requirements that are needed for our roads, you know. And the second reality we also have is that many countries in our region are still importing vehicles with low emission standards. For example, in Colombia, we are still importing Euro 2 gasoline vehicles. So they are low cost, and the economic part are not very competitive with electric vehicles, you know. So this is also our two issues we have to face into our country. And regarding the second questions, we also indeed we also try to reach the civil society. However, for us, it's quite difficult because we all engineers, so we also try to manage too many technical too many technical words. However, we tried also to reach the civil society association, and for that reason, we invite the journalists and several communicators in order to reach this kind of audience. Thank you.
Something important to add about that is that we also are thinking of targeting these products to students that are finishing these programs in the universities, because they are going to be the next policy makers, so they need to know what is happening before to go to these positions. The next step, I guess, is going to be to try to reach kids in schools, because we had to start the change since the beginning. We can just start when the people is already in the position to start to change the way of thinking. So I guess that's the way to moving forward. Thank you.
So I think we finished our session in Latin America, and Jane, we continue with the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo.
Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
So taking back the moderation. Taking back the moderation from Felipe, thank you very much. So we are going to continue with our session. The next session is on Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. We will have two presentations, one of them related to Georgia, and the other one is related to the baseline and policy development in Central and Eastern Europe. For the first one, we will have Nana Janacha. Nana Janacha is the Executive Director of CNN, a regional development organization working to protect our environment in Central and Eastern Europe. Welcome, Nana.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to UNEP, Jane, for helping Georgia to promote fuel economy issues, and also for having me here. So I'll try to brief you about the Georgian case study and what we have done during the last, I think, 10 years, more than 10 years. So I come from Georgia. Georgia is a small country. You can move. It's a small country in the Caucasus, in Eastern Europe. And I represent, next slide, please, organization called CEN, which stands for Caucasus Environmental NGO Network. And we work in 3 countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, and our main office is in Georgia. So our main values are to promote sustainable development. Our mission is to promote sustainable development, values and practices. And we work in 6 thematic directions. First being climate change, environmental protection and energy, agriculture and rural development, economic growth, democracy and governance, education and youth, and public health and well-being. In 2010, we started work with UNEP under the GFEI initiative, and our mission was to support transition of Georgia to no and low emission mobility for improved air quality. Next, please. So I'll try to brief you about the situation in Georgia in terms of transport, air pollution, our commitment, national commitment and international commitment, and our projects in the country. In terms of transport, so we know that transport is a major source of air pollution, and it's a major contributor of greenhouse gases also in the country. The transport-related GHG makes around 1/4 of all emissions in Georgia, and it's projected that by 2030 it will increase by 70%, so it will reach around 41%. In the urban areas, transport emissions are the biggest air polluters in big cities, and in many areas in the capital of Georgia, which is made of 1/3 of population, and also in many municipalities. For example, the concentration of NOx exceeds the maximum allowable concentrations. Next, please. Well, the number of cars, as in all our countries, is increasing. During the last 4 years, the increase of imported cars was around 25%. According to the baseline that we established with the assistance of UNEP, there is 1.4 million vehicles, and around 62% of vehicles are light-duty vehicles. And more than 1/3 of vehicles are in the capital of Georgia, which is Tbilisi. In the last year, actually the year before 2021, the number of imported cars increased by 28%. So it was very rapid increase. And for the moment, we don't have in the country restriction either not on age, emission standards, or technical conditions of cars. With the lobbying of our project, with the support of UNEP, we managed to improve the tax legislation with this in this regard. So now excise tax system stimulates the import of 6 to 8 years old cars. And the share of the percentage of imported vehicles looks like that, if you compare with the age, that 28%, 1/3 almost of imported cars are older than 20 years old, and almost half of the recently imported cars are between 7 and 10 years old. Also, tax system is now stimulates importation of electric and hybrid cars, but still the recently imported cars, more than half are petrol, and more than 1/4 are diesel cars. We have more like hybrid cars coming now, and we are slowly having the problems of the recycling of batteries. The key challenge in the country is that the car fleet is out. I mean, it's old and poorly maintained. Although the new legislation stimulates import of the cars between 6 and 10 years, anyway, the majority of cars are more than 20 years old, and 1/3 of the cars is between 11 and 20 years old. So we did not have actually the technical inspection of vehicles for around 10 years, because it used to be very corrupt business in the past. Then for some period of time, the government stopped the tax inspection, the technical inspection. Now it's back, but there's still some manipulation. It's not properly managed, so it's not really working well. So for the moment, we have around 73% of cars inspected, and around 70% of the cars passed this inspection. But we know that this inspection is also not really the way it's done in Europe, for example. So the problem is that there is the fragmented and uncoordinated transport policy. There is no national policy document or strategy on transport management. There are in some areas, like in the capital, but we don't have the national policy on transport. There is, for the moment, there is no regulation on vehicle emission standards. With our project, with the support of UNEP, we drafted the regulation, and it's under final consideration, and it will be enacted in January 2023. And some modern standards have already been introduced that we have on petrol. We have Euro 5, we have Euro 4 on diesel, and from January it will become Euro 5. I mentioned that there is excise tax increased on old cars, and the electric cars are being promoted. But anyway, there is a very poor traffic management and parking system in big cities, especially. Please. Well, we all know that how transport pollution contributes to the degradation of air quality and health, and it's already well understood by the citizens. In the last census, everybody, the citizens, the population recognize that air pollution is the urgent health issues, and it became also development issue. So more and more now, even political parties are putting air pollution and traffic and traffic related air pollution even in the political agenda, political programs. Next. So for the moment, Georgia is in the process, as we are Eastern European country, we are in the process of EU accession. In 2014, Georgia signed the EU association agreement, and this stimulates development in many areas, and environment being the one. So there are requirements related to the transport sector, climate change, and air quality. And based on the EU association agreement, the government developed a roadmap following this chapter. And there is activity too, I highlighted in red, because with our project with UNEP, we actually responded to this need. There is a requirement to develop a concept and legislation on eco classes for vehicles and import and production restrictions. And that's what we worked on. There is, of course, we also have law on protection of atmospheric air, and they are also highlighted the areas where we have contributed with our initiatives. So first is the law calls for to identify vehicles and assess the fleet according to the EU classes. Regulate the import not only based on vehicle production year, but also based on EU emission classes. And to ensure compliance of emission standards of vehicles manufactured in Georgia with Euro 5 and Euro 6. We recently have adopted also climate change strategy of Georgia for the next 10 years. The goal too specifically mentions that country has to reduce GHG emission from the transportation sector by 15% to below the reference level. And there is a specific objective to increase the share of low and zero emission vehicles in the country. There is below the strategy, we have also action plan, which was also recently adopted, and there is objective also on which we have responded to support the country to introduce emission standards on improved vehicles based on cost-benefit analysis. So that the regulation is there, as I mentioned, and cost-benefit gave the certain recommendation, which is now being worked under the government, and the regulation will be enacted in January 2023. I'll briefly mention the projects, so what we worked on. So the first project was between 2010 and 2014, and the title was to initiation of the fuel efficiency program in Georgia and to upscale the lessons and knowledge to the South Caucasus. The objective was to catalyze the national fuel economy plan. As a result of this project, we developed the fuel economy white paper, like roadmap, and knowledge was shared to Georgia and to Armenia and Azerbaijan, neighboring country. In the framework of this project, the institutional fuel economy related institutional and the legal assessments were done in 3 countries, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. We established the baseline, we made a baseline assessment and the policy development scenario, developed the policy scenarios. And we applied different GFEI tools and methodology with the support of international experts. And finally, the white paper was developed through the participatory process, discussion within different multi-stakeholder groups. The white paper was adopted, and it created the foundation for the implementation of fuel economy priorities. So I have listed the white paper recommendation and status of implementation. For example, the white paper, I mean, it's a basic, of course, recommendation, which all your countries have probably prioritized to improve the fuel quality standards. And it was improved with the support of our projects, as I mentioned. There was a recommendation to introduce used car import restrictions. And as I mentioned, draft law is ready and it will be enacted soon. It was also the recommendation to introduce vehicle fuel economy labeling. This is not implemented yet, but we're working to assist the government on that and to improve the tax system. And we also lobbied on that, and in certain areas we made improvements. Another project was to assist, to support the introduction of EU emission standards for light duty and heavy duty vehicles in Georgia. And that the objective was to assist the government to harmonize the legislation with EU requirements by introducing low emission transport policy and standards. And as a result of this project, we developed this bylaw for introducing EU emission standards for road transports. So we created the steering committee made of different ministries, local authorities, international organizations, and CSOs. And there were regular participatory, it was a long participatory process. Again, the fleet was assessed and the baseline was set. And regulations and institutions assessment was done. And then there was a long process of negotiation with the government and lobbying the legislation. Together with that, we also worked on awareness raising. We also engaged in different TV, radio, social media, and we had a set of roundtables and workshops. And as a result, to follow up the first initiative, actually government requested, also following the climate change strategy, to develop the cost-benefit analysis for introduction of low emission transport policy and standards, because now according to the legislation of Georgia, there should be like regulatory impact assessment implemented for the policy changes. We developed the terms of references of cost-benefit analysis with the support from Climate Technology Center and Network with international experts. And again, the process went through the participatory way, through stakeholder meetings. And in the end, the cost-benefit analysis was developed, and as a result, the Euro 5 emission standards will be applied only for the imports of the only imported vehicles in Georgia. And the regulation will be enacted again soon. So this project also had awareness component, because I mean, when we're talking about awareness, we were also seriously working with the parliamentarians, with the government, and with the importers. So again, the process was long, but it finalized successfully. I think that's it. So now we are in the process that when the government is asking support to help them to establish the system to identify the vehicles at the import stage. And I mean, the process is still ongoing, but what is important that through the support of UNEP, we managed to put the priorities high in the agenda of the government of of Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana, for your presentation. Very interesting to know how the regulation are just moving on in your country to implement strategies related to fuel economy. Our next presenter is Roslan Sekab. So Roslan is a sustainability consultant and founder and CEO of Green Age Consulting. He will be doing his presentation on the baseline and policy development in Central and Eastern Europe. Are you connected, Roslan?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you going to put up the presentation or should I share my screen?
I guess you can share your screen.
Okay. Just a second. Give me a second. It will be better, actually.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes, we are seeing your presentation.
Yes, I realize that my presentation is between now and the end of your day. You must be tired, so I would try to be to the point and not go into too big a detail. It was great that Nana presented a situation in one particular country with a kind of a stronger magnifying glass. So I would like to let's say make a more helicopter view and also draw your attention to some pending changes of EU legislation, which I think would be very important, not only for Europe, but for the whole world. So just a map of the region. When we say Central and Eastern Europe, we mean mainly in the terms of GFEI and UNEP, the countries which are in the Western Balkans.
Roslan, excuse me.
Yes.
Could you put the presentation mode, please?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. Why isn't it working? Yeah. So when we meet Eastern Europe, we mean mainly the Western Balkan countries, Albania and North Macedonia, which have a kind of a pending start of the membership negotiations with the European Union, Serbia, Montenegro, which are candidate countries, and also Bosnia and Herzegovina. They're all grouped under the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. On the other hand, we have Eastern Partnership, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, which have association agreements, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, which have some kind of comprehensive agreements with the European Union. I'm saying this because it is very important, because all these countries, they are trying to approximate their legislation with the legislation with of the European Union. So in a way, the legislation of the European Union is really important for these countries. So they're
sorry, I had to interrupt you again because your screen is like frozen. Can you try to close the presentation mode and open it again?
Okay, so now it's you can see the slide? No. What do you see? The exceptions.
We are seeing the PowerPoint window with all the slides in the left side.
With all the slides. Okay, so now I'm going back to the presentation mode. Is it okay? The presentation mode?
No.
So it's not working.
Full screen. So maybe you can just minimize the left side window.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
And try to hide.
Sorry, yeah, for some reason.
No, don't worry. Sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. Is it okay like that? More or less.
It looks better.
Yeah. Well,
thank you. I'm sorry about that.
No. I mean, I can see it in the presentation mode, but obviously you can't. Okay. So very quickly, some data. This is on the European Union from International Energy Agency. You've probably discussed this, that the average fuel consumption is going down from 7 to 6 liters in 2019, as well as the CO2 emission per capita per kilometer, which is going down, but it is still above the target. At the same time, we see a development whereby the SUV share of the market goes up from 7 to 36%. That means the average weight and power goes up. And we see a development that the share of diesel goes down from 56 to 40. So this is for the whole European Union. Of course, the data is slightly different for the countries of the Eastern Europe. It would be worse, basically, because as Nana said, the car fleet age is stronger, is bigger. So basically, any gains in the European Union, they have a time lag. Because the countries in Central and Eastern Europe mainly import cars from Western Europe. So unfortunately, this is the case. Nevertheless, this is the right direction. And one of the other things is again International Energy Agency graph that the increasing vehicle weights have been eroded up to 40% the improvement in fuel economy. So we have a rebound effect, which we should keep in mind. A couple of other things, manufacturers, a lot of them in Europe are now heavily investing into battery electric vehicles. We saw that from the other regions as well. The market is growing for all types of vehicles. Also, manufacturers are investing into hydrogen fuel cell vehicles for commercial fleets mainly. And we have a big recharge on the fuel European flagship under recovery and resilience facilities. Yeah, the policy framework, that's really interesting what's going on. And as I said, this will have an impact on other regions as well. We have the car labeling directive, the CO2 emission standards, and the worldwide harmonized light-duty vehicle test cycle. I will say a couple of words for it. Now, currently, there is the so-called Fit for 55 initiative, which is a very fundamental change and rehaul of the EU legislation in order to align it with the Paris Agreement and mainly to align it with the climate neutrality goals of the EU, the 2050 climate neutrality goals. So that means that the legislation, wherever, I mean, different sectors, including the transport, has to be really strengthened, and the targets have to be increased. This discussion is currently happening in the European Parliament. There were votes, there will be votes. And basically, the suggestion is to impose a zero internal combustion engines vehicles until by 2035, which is basically tomorrow in the context of policy making. So if this happens, or if the target is really ambitious, I think this will have big repercussions on the deployment of the electric vehicle market, on the second car market, etc. So I think this should be closely monitored by different regions. So exactly this target, very soon it will happen in the next couple of weeks. Here a couple of other policy developments. From 2021 onwards, new vehicles must be sold with an onboard fuel consumption meter. Manufacturers must report annual average fuel consumption, and also the European Commission should publish a list indicating that for each manufacturer the specific emission target and its average specific emission of CO2. So you see there is a kind of a portfolio of policies that make sure that the emissions decrease along the life cycle. A couple of other things is, of course, to bridge the gap between test emissions and real-world emissions. Something else that has to be kept in mind is the so-called smart mobility strategy and action plan. If for those who are curious about that, they can check it up. There are a couple of important targets, namely at least 30 million zero-emission vehicles by 2030, and by 2050, nearly all cars will be zero emission. If the European Parliament adopts the newer ambitious target by 2035, these targets will become even more ambitious. And there are a couple of other actions on EU policy within the flagship one, the boosting uptake of zero emission vehicles. So you see more or less what's going on. On the Clean Vehicle Directive, this is very interesting because it basically obliges authorities to, during their public procurement procedures, to buy cleaner vehicle, as simple as that. And in their tenders, they have to have criteria on energy consumption, CO2 consumption, and other emissions, because we know that public procurement is a big driver of the market. Again, within the Fit for 55 initiative, we have a rehaul of the directive on alternative fuels infrastructure, introducing more binding targets on the rollout of infrastructure, interoperability, etc., etc. So preparing the grounds for the other developments. I finished with the EU policy. I'll say a couple of words on the other countries that where GFEI worked during the years. Besides Georgia, because Nana talked about Georgia. As I said, the regional groups are important. So in the Western Balkans, there were two projects in Macedonia. Now it's called North Macedonia and Montenegro, similar to Georgia. Complete baselines have been carried out, and new policy drafts have been produced, like auto-fuel economy policy proposals in the reform of taxes for light-duty vehicle imports. As I said, imports are a big part of the market. The label. So you see all these policy developments, they're in line with the EU policy developments because of the approximation programs of these countries. On the other hand, we have two projects both in Ukraine and Moldova. These are the Eastern Partnership countries. Again, complete baseline in the countries, setting up of national working groups, fuel economy labels, etc., and transpositions of some directives in line with the approximation strategy. This is my last slide. I think just to say what I think is the way ahead in these both of these sub-regions, the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership. Inevitably, the direction is towards approximation and deployment of EU policies, so that these EU policies are not only pieces of paper that are approximated, but they really work. In order to do that, we need to strengthen the enforcement. Yesterday in the panel, I said that's one of the problems. Sometimes policies are adopted without taking into consideration the whole governance structure to enforce the policies. So I think that's a problem not only in Central and Eastern Europe, but relatively frequent problem. And of course, we need to have work on changing consumer behavior, because bigger, heavier cars are still seen as, let's say, symbols of prosperity, safety, etc., and there is a possibility for rebound effects. Okay, fuel efficiency goes up, but if we have 2 times more cars, which are more fuel efficient, especially in cities, we should not forget that no car is better than a fuel efficient car. And many cities in Europe are working in this direction, trying to reduce the number of people using cars. As simple as that. So that's my presentation. I hope I was to the point.
Thank you, Roslan. Very interesting presentation. So now we will have the questions on the floor. Somebody wants to ask something?
Yes, thank you very much. And this is to the last presenter. It looks as if most of the policies are focused on the vehicle. It's good for us in that we are more or less consumers of this product. And the market of EU is our market. So the used vehicle market come into our region. Now, the biggest challenge for us is the fuel. And with the increasing in standards, we need to have a fuel that aligns with those standards. So if they are going Euro 6 and all that, we need to have a comparable fuel. It would be good to hear from him what is being done in the area of fuel standards. And I think within our circumstances, we could also look at it from the regional blocks and having to have a harmonized fuel standard so that we could have that bargaining power to go and then ask for what we want. So this is my contribution. Thank you.
Yes, I think without having looked recently into the fuel quality directive, but European quality fuel standards are already of the highest order, like zero sulfur, no lead. That's absolutely clear. I can't tell you about the other components, but yes, basically the situation is already absolutely standard across Europe and all countries in Eastern Europe. Of course, in theory, comply with these standards. So these are the highest possible standards. Just to answer to your question, and of course the standards are absolutely, I agree with you, these are the quality of the fuel is a factor that enables the newer technologies which we're talking about. So fully agree with you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? I actually have a question for you, Ruslan. We were discussing about what is the real effect that the labeling has on the fuel economy of a country. Do you know, can you say something about it?
That would be, I mean, the European Commission would love if I could say this. This is, I don't know. I think it has a huge effect. You know very well that this is a region which is kind of catching up in terms of incomes, etc. But still, the majority of people are with modest incomes. So the fuel consumption is extremely important. So I would say, without having proofs, of course, because a proper evaluation should be done for that, of the effectiveness of the label, that it is very, very effective. And I don't know, I can't think of people except of the very rich that do not look at the car label when making the choice. So I would say that this, together with the fuel price, which is huge now, you know very well, the last 6 months or so, are the two main factors for making consumer choices.
Thank you. Is there any other question? So in that way, we would like to thank our presenter again for the presentation related to Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For ending our day, we had to finish with a summary and the wrap up of the day number 2. In this day number 2, we had different sessions and the different regions that are working on those issues of Global Fuel Economy Initiative: Africa, Asia and Pacific, Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. In the different presentations that we have been discussing about the relation between the stakeholders. Something very important that from the presentation from Gerald from Uganda is the fact that we had to balance the relation between the different stakeholders, the dealers, the government, and the consumers in order to reach the targets that we are looking for 2030. It's also important to mention that, for example, in the presentation from Mauritius, we see that this country has very important advances in the last years in terms of the fuel economy, the fuel quality, fiscal incentives, vehicle labeling, traffic management. But there is also this question about if you take in account what is the GDP of this country and the GDP of the African countries or Latin American countries, is going to be more difficult to go in that direction. I mean, we had a long way to go to reach that kind of numbers. That related to Africa, we also have the session on Asia Pacific. We had some overview of what is going on in Vietnam, about the different projects that are being developed for the University of Transport and Technology in Vietnam. We see what are they doing in e-mobility research, last mile connectivity, roadmap to electric vehicles. And after that, we had the presentation from Thailand. In Thailand, Cholakup show us how they are working with different policies, how the dialogue with the different stakeholders in order to reach the policies that they are looking for. He told us about the workshops that are developing in the region in the last year in order to build capacities in the different countries around the region. Also, Raymond showed us the Clean Air Asia, from the Clean Air Asia, he showed us the different products that they develop in order to communicate all those strategies, not only for policymakers, just also for people which is in the main street, general public, I mean. And later in the afternoon, we start with the Latin American and Caribbean session where I belong. We have the presentation from Marcelo Fernandez in Chile, from Centro Mario Molina, Centro de Movilidad Sostenible. He showed us what is happening in Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, Uruguay, Colombia in terms of fuel economy policies and regulations. He showed us there is a significant gap between the different countries in our region. Chile is right now, I guess, the most advanced country in those kind of regulations. After that, from Latin America and the Caribbean, Alexandra and myself presented what we are doing in energy efficiency strategies and what is the best way to reach the targets and what is happening with the e-mobility in those countries. And Juan Camilo showed us the different communication products that have been developed in our university back in Colombia. And finally, we have the session in Eastern Europe and the Caucasus with Nana and Ruslan. They show us what is going on with the different regulations on Georgia. Ruslan gave us a kind of overview of all the regulations that are in Europe and what is going on and what is going to be happening in the near future. So I guess with this, we can finish our session, our day, and I really want to thank for your participation, for your questions, and hopefully we can see us tomorrow again. Thank you very much. I don't know if Eugene has something to say before to close.
Maybe just to give a round of applause to Juan for the moderation. Tomorrow is the last day of the meeting, and we've already started a bit on the electric mobility. The objective of the fuel efficiency is to move towards more fuel efficient vehicles, and you'll find that will progressively lead you towards electric mobility. So more fuel efficient ICE vehicles but also, it will lead you more towards also electric mobility, because that's the most efficient, fuel efficient vehicle. So tomorrow is dedicated more on the electric mobility. And I think some of the questions that you had, in the first day and today, on how do you start to implement the policy. We will be hearing from the countries that have started to implement the policies, how they were able to do this, and how do you also measure the results, so that will be the discussion tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing you again at 9:30. And tomorrow we also have a dinner at 5:30. So when we finish, we will have the dinner in the next meeting room, in the next restaurant. There's a restaurant just outside, a delegates lounge, that's what it's called. So we will have a dinner together, and we wanted to have an early dinner so that there's no gap, when we finish we start, we do the dinner at 5:30 so that we are not also very late and there's no big gap. So see you tomorrow and have a good night. Thank you.